Alright. Excuse me. We got some rioting going on. And the debate. So this ought to be interesting. I'll get a stream up here in a second. I just got the woke stream pulled up for right now. But Minneapolis going to get kind of wild, I guess.
To make sure that we get some rest, to make sure that we're looking out for each other, to make sure that we're eating properly and drinking properly. Water. Making sure that we are getting the oxygen and the nourishment that we need as best as we can, because we know that these motherfuckers have made that.
So we'll see how it goes, but
as best as we can to take
okay, that's all right.
And remember that we are in war. In war, you need lookouts, you need shooters, you need mechanics, you need cooks, you need every single thing, right? Whatever your role is in this, utilize every single second. I'm just going to challenge y'all over these next 27 days. Every minute, I don't care what you're doing in work, whatever it is, utilize it for justice.
Yeah, they'll be the rioting later.
Utilize it for these next 27 days to get people to vote and fight and get out in these streets. Phone bank.
So we'll see how it goes, but Minneapolis is gonna kick off here soon, I would imagine. Cop was found not guilty in shooting a 17-year-old black kid, I guess. That's what I understood anyhow. I haven't really looked into it much, but that's the way I understand it. Hey, Brian.
Make sure you're getting 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people and people to the polls. And then we set this up, this infrastructure up for long-term liberation. I don't know how much I can sing it, but I'm just going to keep on. All right?
But like I say, we'll find out. We'll see how this goes after the debate. I definitely want to cover the debate. Yeah, they don't care though. You know how it is. Hey, Duke. Yeah, I've been busy. I'm tired of hearing this guy. But yeah, I've been busy with school and stuff. Finally got this class done. So I start math class next week, business math. Which, it's going to be a double-edged sword kind of class. I'm not that good at math, but, you know, I think I'll do all right in this one. If the professor would give us our this little code that we need to unlock our textbook, I'd have got started on it already, but I'll have to just wait. Yeah, 9 o'clock's the debate, so we got about 40 minutes. I've already got it pulled up on another screen, so we can switch over to it. Because like I say, I definitely want to cover it. Yeah, off-grid, it's a lot of, you know, figuring out interest and the different types and annuities and, you know, all that kind of stuff. using Excel spreadsheets. I'm not all sure what's in the class, but I'll be alright. I'll manage. One advantage to the internet, though, there's plenty of help out there for that kind of stuff. So I'll figure it out. At least I won't have any papers to write. So that'll be good. But I got this class all done last night, the one I'm currently in. About a week ahead of schedule, which is good. Well, in high school, I never had any teachers that were all that good, at math to begin with. And plus, basic math, add, subtract, that kind of stuff, very basics, is all that was required in my high school 2 years. Yeah, I got the coof, man. If anybody can help out with some donations, I could really use it right now. I am flat busted. And I got some bills coming due that I don't know how I'm going to make them. I'll figure it out, but not going to be an easy deal this go around. But, yeah, we'll see how this debate goes. You got Loudmouth Harris going to run her mouth. Pence, he's firm but calm. And I can bet she wants to try to break him to set him off. Trump has that flip the table over mindset. Monopoly board pieces go everywhere, but Pence seems to be more strategic. He's not going to throw the game board everywhere, but he's going to figure out a way to beat you. That's the way it looks anyway. Hey, there's old Floyd. He been sober for 120 days now, something like that. Way to go, Floyd. Oh, yeah, he can't win. I mean, in the eyes of the left. Yeah, he can't win. Just like the other day, they was all mad at Trump because he gets back to the White House, goes inside, he's in there by himself, and takes his mask off. And now he's not serious about having the Kung flu because he took a mask off. Bunch of crap. Whoops, I gotta fix the title of this stream. Hang on. I got a stupid typo. Well, if Google will let me fix it. There we go. Spelling's, I guess, not my strong suit either. There we go. Oh, there's a lot that do. I've heard of people that sleep with the mask on. Yeah, all kinds. And you can see pictures. People swimming by themselves, got a mask on. Driving in their car. People are just dumb. I haven't wore one yet. I mean, I have to go to the doctor or the hospital, but outside of that, no. Yeah, the whole thing is dumb. But I saw something on, it was either Facebook or Twitter, I can't remember now. But somebody made that comment that they wear a mask when they drive. And I didn't say anything, but somebody asked them why, and their answer was the dumbest answer. Well, I have to wear a mask when I'm by myself. I don't want to give myself COVID-19. That was the answer. How stupid can you be? You can't give it to yourself. You either have it or you don't. End of story. Hey, Tim. I mean, people are just dumb. People should stand up to this mask thing. Refuse it at all costs. It's nothing but a form of control. Who cares what other people think, say, do, whatever. Yeah, the N95 masks, they're the worst, they claim. Yeah, I'm going to vote Trump. I'm a little ticked off at a few things, but yeah. The ATF banned another gun recently. That kind of ticks me off. Looks like AR pistols might be coming down the pipeline to be banned here soon. So that's not good. That's the biggest letdown of Trump's administration, is all the anti-gun crap. That's the only real negative thing I got to say about him, and that's enough. Trump's been good so far. Other than the gun part of it, Trump has done exactly what people elected him to do. That's biblical, Hugh. That's biblical. Yeah, that's definitely in the Bible. More than once. Well, all presidents waste money as far as that goes. Not saying it's right or wrong, but they're all good at that. Well, you can say what you want, but that's your opinion. Yeah, Trump said that he would sign a stimulus bill now if they would deliver him a standalone bill, and all that it says is we give the American people $1,200. That's it. Nothing else extra, nothing added, and no 900 million page bill. Just, we're going to give the people the money, end of story. But they won't do that. The only reason they would ever offer a stimulus is just so they can get what they want. You know, paste their part on the back of page 912. I don't know, Dave. It's hard to say what they'll actually do. But the little ACC Honey Badger AR type pistol was made illegal by the ATF. They didn't like the arm bracelets on it, so they changed the definition and made it illegal. ATF needs to go away for one thing. There's some congressmen and stuff that spoke out and wrote letters against the ATF and how wrong they are, but it's an election season, so you got to take that into account. But that's been my biggest problem with Trump, because he started it with his bump stock ban thing. But if the deck can get stacked right in the Supreme Court, maybe these cases will make it there and go the right way. That would be the best outcome. Which is why I'm glad they have refused to hear any Second Amendment cases so far. Because they would not go in our favor. Yeah, Biden, I don't know. Yeah, we shouldn't have any gun laws. They do nothing. Criminals don't follow laws. So yeah, we got a little less than a half an hour. We'll see what happens here. And actually, the NRA got involved with this gun ban thing. That surprised me. But they'll figure out how to make $1 on it. That's the way they are. But after the debate is over with at about 10:30, I believe, I'll switch it back to see what's going on with all this rioting. It's early yet, so there ain't much big action at the moment, but I think it's coming later. Yeah, and it's going to get crazier and crazier the closer we get to the election. But that's just the way it goes. If anybody can help me out, I would appreciate it. USCC, what are you referring to? Evening there, Father. Hey, all hands up, don't shoot. Not yet, Tox. Not yet. Oh, okay. I've got USCCA. Yeah. United States Concealed Carry Association. And I like them quite well. I talked to them for, man, probably close to an hour on the phone before I had actually signed up with them. The one thing I liked about USCCA was the way their lawyers and stuff work. Well, if you get some of the other concealed carry insurances, which may be fine, but if you need them, whatever lawyer they stick you with, whether you like him or not, you're stuck. With USCCA, you can pick your own lawyer if you want to. And if you have your own kind of a lawyer that you like or would prefer, you can use whoever you want. So you're not stuck with just whoever they give you. That's a big advantage. But the main thing it comes down to is you got to really read up on what all that the different companies offer to see what fits your plan. Tox, this cop got released, never even charged. They dropped all charges. That's why they're out. Supposedly some cop shot a 17-year-old black kid back in July or something, and they cleared him of all charges. So that's the deal with this. Well, this is interesting. Back in July, I guess, I don't know what the guy's name was. 17-year-old, though. I got this crime a day thing on Twitter, and they're always putting out, just like legit crimes, not real crazy stuff, but just weird. It says, this U.S. federal crime says makes it a federal crime to introduce a kind of clothing fabric into interstate commerce unless it has been tested to see if it will go up in flames behind a sheet of plexiglass. Huh. Interesting. But they're also protesting because the dude was let out of jail, the one that they say killed Floyd or whatever, released from jail on a non-cash bond. So they're ticked off over that too, so. So there's so much crap, you know. About 20 minutes and the debate will kick off. So yeah, there's so much going on. I can't keep track of who doing what and who killed who and yeah, he shot at the cop first, I guess. I didn't know all the details, but you know. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to continue live streaming. I don't know. Got the internet bill and whatnot coming up soon. Hopefully I can pay it. They need to get some competition around here. Internet is too dang expensive. But we had a law until a couple years ago that said that monopolies were legal in the state. And Spectrum, which used to be Time Warner, they paid our county or city, whatever, some money to be the only high-speed internet provider here. Even though they didn't hold to their end of the bargain and they skipped out of town on us, but nobody else wants to come in. You can get DSL, but that sucks. But we have nothing else and it's just expensive. $70 a month for 100 megabyte. You can get the Google internet. Now, well, I kind of do for TV. I got a streaming service, but it's not real bad. And I don't even really care about it. I got it for mom and dad. But but yeah, just internet alone is $70, which is nuts. When I hear people all over the country are getting like this super fast internets for way less money. Could get the Google internet, but man, they wanted like close to $3,000 just to install it. Where you get the 1 gigabyte download. But what they do is they try to get everybody on your street to get it at the same time, and then you all split the installation cost. Yeah, it's mainly due to that monopoly law. I mean, at least it's not as bad as some places. Some people I've talked to, they still got data caps. You know, you can only use so much internet a month. At least I don't have that problem. It's unlimited as far as that goes. You know, use it all you want. Well, all the technology companies pretty well suck, but you know, you don't have a whole ton of choices. Yeah, I still remember the old dial-up days. I will say, though, people were a lot more patient back then. Because if you think about it, back when you had dial-up, you would wait 5 minutes or whatever for a website to open. You know, you kind of just expected it and it didn't bother you. Now, if it takes more than about 2 or 3 seconds, you done clicked off of it and headed on somewhere else. You know, the faster technology gets, the less patient we get. You could do dial-up today, but if you can find it, that is. But man, it would be... I don't even know if it would work that well today because there's so much stuff. I mean, there's so much, stuff that gets loaded onto every web page. I don't know if you could do it. Yeah, they just took longer to load back then, but... I had thousands of them things at one time. I heard this about a year ago, but there was still a small percentage of people that still have the old AOL dial-up. And the reason was, and I actually have met people like this, they think that if you don't have the dial-up, then you can't access your email. And they still got the AOL, you've got mail kind of stuff. And people think that, well, if I go to some other internet, then I don't have email no more. They don't realize that email's not stored on your computer. But people think that. Had a guy one time tell me that when his computer connected to his AOL mail, that noise you hear, which is just a dial-up, was his password that was unencrypting his email. But I used to get a bunch of them CDs when they had them bins out in front of Walmart. And I didn't pay for internet for a long time, just keep using the free trials. But I turned a bunch of them upside down and glued them on the ceiling in my bedroom as a kid. Looked pretty neat. Because I remember this guy, I forget what his name is, but he had this like campaign going, getting sick of all these AOL CDs that was coming in the mail every day. So he had people from all over the country mail him all the CDs that he could find, and he filled a dump truck full of them and dumped them on the front lawn of AOL's headquarters to protest. I don't think it really went anywhere, but, at least he tried. It's like a governor that we had when I was a kid, Taft. And that's when they put in our soda tax. So you got to pay a tax if you buy, Coke, Pepsi, whatever. And he didn't like it. So he tried to protest it. And he got a whole bunch of 12 packs of Coke and dumped them in the river. Trying to do like a Boston Tea Party kind of deal. Didn't work, though. They tried to get him on some environmental charges. I don't think they went anywhere, but they tried. Oh, yeah, I remember them days. Yeah, I used to use a program called Hack Attack. That was like the funnest thing ever back then. You would have to get the virus part of it onto someone else's computer. You could hide that in a picture or a game or whatever. And then once they were infected, you could do all kinds of crazy stuff. Turn their webcam on without them knowing it. Put a chat box up on the screen. They wouldn't know where he was coming from. Open up their CD-ROM drive. Ask them if they need a cup holder. Machine gun sounds through the speakers. And then if it was a computer you got into that you really liked, you could actually put a password on it so nobody else could get into it. But if you didn't want to infect anybody, all the non-passworder ones that were already affected showed up on their list. So it was pretty neat. Format people's hard drives. Just all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's a mix here. I mean, there's probably more mask wearers here than not, but yeah, there's starting to be a lot more not, though. But a lot of people here still support it, though, full on. Just like when they tased that girl at the football game there a week or so ago. And all the people went and rallied to thank the cop. In that case, though, I can't make a decision on who I would side with. Because I don't know what happened initially. From the video, the cop looked wrong for tasing her. But how did she act when he approached her? That I don't know. So I can't really say whose side I would be on in that case. Which is the rational thing to do, I think. In all these riot cases and all this crap that kicks it off, people react on just a little clip of a video. I don't see how a store can actually force anything. It's not a law. Hey, speaking of girls and dating and all that, I was talking to the lady that owns the coffee shop I go to. And, well, her and her brother, he works there too. And I was telling him I was watching a talk show a while back. Well, I was waiting on the news to come on. But I don't even remember which talk show it was. But it had this group of women on there and they was talking to. And asking them about how easy it was for them to get a date. And they were all, you know, good looking women. And a couple of them said it was hard for them to get a date as soon as the guys found out what they did for a living. So that piqued my interest. Well, what could you do for a job that would make somebody not want to take you on a date? Well, come to find out, the one girl owned a restaurant, the other owned a coffee shop. So they had a terrible time getting dates. As soon as the guys found out they owned a restaurant or coffee shop, that done it. And it didn't make sense to me at first until they explained it. Since they own the coffee shop or the restaurant, the guys don't know what to do. Where do you take them? You don't want to take a girl out for coffee if she owns a coffee shop. Well, you don't want to take one out to dinner if she owns a restaurant. So guys were really confused and they just walked away from the whole situation. So the girls were like, we got to kind of keep it hidden what we do for a living for a while until we're maybe get somewhat established. And then you can let it out. And I would have never thought, that line of work would have, made it hard. But that's what it said. Well, we got about 3 minutes, it looks like. Give or take. Well, I wasn't sure initially. Republicans say hate for Ohio health directors isn't personal. They just don't like women. What? That's stupid. Yeah, pretty much, Tox. That's pretty much the way it goes. The traditional values are gone. I'm just glad that I can go vote in person and don't have to wear a mask. I called the Board of Elections here today and asked. They said it will not keep you from voting. They'd prefer you wore one, but don't have to. Even though some people say by not enforcing a mask to go vote, that's rigging the election for Trump. I've heard that argument. Because Democrats all want to wear a mask and they'll be afraid to show up to vote if they know people there will not be wearing masks. Let me turn the audio up here for a minute. Well, it looks like the debate's going to get started here in just a minute, so I'll switch it over as soon as it does. Yeah, they think you should just kill kids all the time. I've even heard them say you should be able to... Hang on here. I heard a few of them, different people say you should be able to kill your kid up to the age of 5. I mean, that's just sick. Man, I swear, as much as they've said F Donald Trump, he ought to be the most laid man in the history of the world. They all want him. Pence and Harris will be behind plexiglass. So they're going to be behind glass. So yeah, this ought to be fairly decent debate, maybe. On Pence's side, anyhow, not hers. She's gonna squawk and cackle like an old hen. Well, looks like we're getting started here. Yep, here we go. Debate time, y'all. Let me get everything going here.
Mission on presidential debates. I'm Susan Page of USA Today. It is my honor to moderate this debate, an important part of our democracy. In Kingsbury Hall tonight, we have a small and socially distant audience, and we've taken extra precautions during this pandemic. Among other things, everyone in the audience is required to wear a face mask, and the candidates will be seated 12 feet apart. The audience is enthusiastic about their candidates, but they've agreed to express that enthusiasm only twice, at the end of the debate and now when I introduce the candidates. Please welcome California Senator Kamala Harris and Vice President Mike Pence.
Thank you.
Senator Harris and Vice President Pence, thank you for being here. We're meeting as President Trump and the First Lady continue to undergo treatment in Washington after testing positive for COVID-19. We send our thoughts and prayers to them for their rapid and complete recovery and for the recovery of everyone afflicted by the coronavirus. The two campaigns and the Commission on Presidential Debates have agreed to the ground rules for tonight. I'm here to enforce them on behalf of the millions of Americans who are watching. One note, no one in either campaign or at the Commission or anywhere else has been told in advance what topics I'll raise or what questions I'll ask. This 90-minute debate will be divided into 9 segments of about 10 minutes each. I'll begin a segment by posing a question to each of you, sometimes the same question, sometimes a different question on the same topic. You will then have 2 minutes to answer without interruption by me or the other candidate. Then we'll take 6 minutes or so to discuss the issue. At that point, although there will always be more to say, we'll move on to the next topic. We want a debate that is lively, but Americans also deserve a discussion that is civil. These are tumultuous times, but we can and will have a respectful exchange about the big issues facing our nation. Let's begin with the ongoing pandemic that has cost our country so much. Senator Harris, the coronavirus is not under control. Over the past week, Johns Hopkins reports that 39 states have had more COVID cases over the past 7 days than in the week before. 9 states have set new records. Even if a vaccine is released soon, the next administration will face hard choices. What would a Biden administration do in January and February that a Trump administration wouldn't do? Would you impose new lockdowns for businesses and schools and hotspots? A federal mandate to wear masks? You have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Thank you, Susan. Well, the American people have witnessed what is the greatest failure of any presidential administration in the history of our country. And here are the facts. 210,000 dead people in our country in just the last several months. Over 7 million people who have contracted this disease. 1 in 5 businesses closed. We're looking at frontline workers who have been treated like sacrificial workers. We are looking at over 30 million people who in the last several months had to file for unemployment. And here's the thing. On January 28th, the Vice President and the President were informed about the nature of this pandemic. They were informed that it's lethal in consequence, that it is airborne, that it will affect young people, and that it would be contracted because it is airborne. And they knew what was happening, and they didn't tell you. Can you imagine if you knew on January 28th, as opposed to March 13th, what they knew, what you might have done to prepare? They knew and they covered it up. The president said it was a hoax. They minimized the seriousness of it. The president said, you're on one side of his ledger if you wear a mask, you're on the other side of his ledger if you don't. And in spite of all of that, today they still don't have a plan. They still don't have a plan. Well, Joe Biden does. And our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all. That is the plan that Joe Biden has and that I have, knowing that we have to get a hold of what has been going on, and we need to save our country. And Joe Biden is the best leader to do that, and frankly, this administration has forfeited their right to re-election based on this.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, more than 210,000 Americans have died of COVID-19 since February. The U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population is higher than that of almost every other wealthy nation on earth. For instance, our death rate is 2.5 times that of Canada next door. You head the administration's coronavirus task force. Why is the U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population higher than that of almost every other wealthy country? And you have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Susan, thank you. And I want to thank the Commission and the University of Utah for hosting this event. And Senator Harris, it's a privilege to be on the stage with you. And our nation has gone through a very challenging time this year. But I want the American people to know that from the very first day, President Donald Trump has put the health of America first. Before there were more than 5 cases in the United States, all people who had returned from China, President Donald Trump did what no other American president had ever done. And that was he suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. Now, Senator Joe Biden opposed that decision. He said it was xenophobic and hysterical. But I can tell you, having led the White House Coronavirus Task Force, that decision alone by President Trump bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. And I believe it saved hundreds of thousands of American lives. Because with that time, we were able to reinvent testing. More than 115 million tests have been done to date. We were able to see to the delivery of billions of supplies so our doctors and nurses had the resource and support they needed. And we began, really before the month of February was out, to develop a vaccine and to develop medicines and therapeutics that have been saving lives all along the way. And under President Trump's leadership, Operation Warp Speed, we believe, will have literally tens of millions of doses of a vaccine before the end of this year. The reality is, when you look at the Biden plan, it reads an awful lot like what President Trump and I and our task force have been doing every step of the way. I mean, quite frankly, when I look at their plan that talks about advancing testing, creating new PPE, developing a vaccine, it looks a little bit like plagiarism, which is something Joe Biden knows a little bit about. And I think the American people know that this is a president who has put the health of America first, and the American people, I believe with my heart, can be proud of the sacrifices they have made. It's saved countless American lives.
Senator Harris, would you like to respond?
Absolutely. Whatever the vice president is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked. When you're looking at over 210,000 dead bodies in our country, American lives that have been lost, families that are grieving that loss. And you know, the vice president is the head of the task force and knew on January 28th how serious this was. And then thanks to Bob Woodward, we learned that they knew about it. And then when that was exposed, the vice president said, when asked, well, why didn't y'all tell anybody? He said, because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I'm
speaking.
Yeah, you can have 15 more seconds, and then we'll give the vice president a chance to respond.
So I want to ask the American people, how calm were you when you were panicked about where you're going to get your next roll of toilet paper? How calm were you when your kids were sent home from school and you didn't know when they could go back? How calm were you when your children couldn't see your parents because you were afraid they could kill them?
Let's give Vice President Pence a chance to respond. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute to respond.
You know, there's not a day gone by that I haven't thought of every American family that's lost a loved one. And I want all of you to know that you'll always be in our hearts and in our prayers. But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made. The reality, if I may finish, Senator, the reality is Dr. Fauci said everything that he told the president in the Oval Office, the president told the American people. Now, President Trump, I will tell you, has boundless confidence in the American people, and he always spoke with confidence that we'd get through this together. But when you say it hasn't worked, when Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and our medical experts came to us in the second week of March, they said if the president didn't take the unprecedented step of shutting down roughly half of the American economy, that we could lose 2.2 million Americans. And that's the reality.
Thank you.
They also said to us, if we did everything right, Susan, we could still lose more than 200,000 Americans.
Vice President
Now, one
Pence,
life lost is too many, Susan. But the American people, I believe, deserve credit for the sacrifices that they have made, putting the health of their family and their neighbors first, our doctors, our nurses, our first responders.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And I'm going to speak up on behalf of what the American people have done.
Vice President Pence, you were in the front row in a Rose Garden event 11 days ago at what seems to have been a super spreader event for senior administration and congressional officials. No social distancing, few masks, and now a cluster of coronavirus cases among those who were there. How can you expect Americans to follow the administration's safety guidelines to protect themselves from COVID when you at the White House have not been doing so?
Well, the American people have demonstrated over the last 8 months that when given the facts, they're willing to put the health of their families and their neighbors and people they don't even know first. And President Trump and I have great confidence in the American people and their ability to take that information and put it into practice. In the height of the epidemic, when we were losing a heartbreaking number of 2,500 Americans a day, we surged resources to New Jersey and New York and New Orleans and Detroit. We told the American people what needed to be done, and the American people made the sacrifices. When the outbreak in the Sun Belt happened this summer, again, Americans stepped forward. But the reality is the work of the President of the United States goes on. A vacancy on the Supreme Court of the United States has come upon us, and the President introduced Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
Thank you, Vice President.
At that, if I may say, that Rose Garden event, there's been a great deal of speculation about it. My wife Karen and I were there and honored to be there. Many of the people who were at that event, Susan, actually were tested for coronavirus. And it was an outdoor event, which all of our scientists regularly and routinely advise. The difference here is President Trump and I trust the American people to make choices in the best interest of their health. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris consistently talk about mandates, and not just mandates with the coronavirus, but a government takeover of health care, the Green New Deal, all government control. We're about freedom and respecting the freedom of the American people.
Let's talk about respecting the American people. You respect the American people when you tell them the truth. You respect the American people when you have the courage
Which we've
to be a
always
leader,
done.
speaking of those things that you may not want people to hear, but they need to hear so they can protect themselves. But this administration stood on information that if you had as a parent, if you had as a worker, knowing you didn't have enough money saved up, and now you're standing in a food line because of the ineptitude of an administration that was unwilling to speak the truth to the American people. So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration. It is asking too much of the people.
Susan, we talked about
It is asking too much of the people. That they would not be equipped with the information they need to help themselves to protect their parents and their children.
Kamala Harris, Senator Harris, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I'm Kamala.
No, you're Senator Harris to me. For life to get back to normal, Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts say that most of the people who can be vaccinated need to be vaccinated. But half of Americans now say they wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it, absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of repercussions from this pandemic. In recent days, the president's diagnosis of COVID-19 has underscored the importance of the job that you hold and that you are seeking. That's our second topic tonight. It's the role of the vice president. One of you will make history on January 20th. You will be the vice president to the oldest president the United States has ever had. Donald Trump will be 74 years old on Inauguration Day. Joe Biden will be 78 years old. That already has raised concerns among some voters, concerns that have been sharpened by President Trump's hospitalization in recent days. Vice President Pence, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with President Trump about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes without interruption.
Well, Susan, thank you, although I would like to go back.
I think we need to move on to the issue of
Well, thank you, but I would like to go back because the reality is that we're going to have a vaccine, Senator, in record time, in unheard of time, in less than a year. We have 5 companies in phase 3 clinical trials, and we're right now producing tens of millions of doses. So the fact that you continue to undermine public confidence in a vaccine, if the vaccine emerges during the Trump administration, I think is unconscionable. And Senator, I just ask you, stop playing politics with people's lives. The reality is that we will have a vaccine, we believe, before the end of this year. And it will have the capacity to save countless American lives. And your continuous undermining of confidence in a vaccine is it's just unacceptable. And let me also say, the reality is when you talk about failure in this administration, we actually do know what failure looks like in a pandemic. It was 2009. The swine flu arrived in the United States. Thankfully, it ended up not being as lethal as the coronavirus. But before the end of the year, when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, not 7.5 million people contracted the swine flu. 60 million Americans contracted the swine flu. If the swine flu had been as lethal as the coronavirus, in 2009, when Joe Biden was vice president, we would have lost 2 million American lives. His own chief of staff, Ron Klain, would say last year that it was pure luck that they did, quote, everything possible wrong. And we learned from that. They left the strategic national stockpile empty. They left an empty and hollow plan, but we still learned from it. And I think the American people, I'm going to say again, can be proud of what we have done. And Senator, please stop undermining confidence in a vaccine.
Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked Vice President Pence, which is, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with Vice President Biden about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, and if you win the election next month, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So let me tell you, first of all, the day I got the call from Joe Biden, it was actually a Zoom call, asking me to serve with him on this ticket was probably one of the most memorable days of my life. I thought about my mother, who came to the United States at the age of 19, gave birth to me at the age of 25 at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. And the thought that I'd be sitting here right now, I know would make her proud, and she must be looking down on this. Joe and I were raised in a very similar way. We were raised with values that are about hard work, about the value and the dignity of public service, and about the importance of fighting for the dignity of all people. And I think Joe asked me to serve with him because, I have a career that included being elected the first woman district attorney of San Francisco, where I created models of innovation for law enforcement in terms of reform of the criminal justice system. I was elected the first woman of color and black woman to be elected Attorney General of the state of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. And there I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners, to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States Senate as only the second black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about threats to our nation and hotspots around the world. I've traveled the world. I've met with our soldiers in war zones. And I think Joe has asked me to serve with him because he knows that we share a purpose which is about lifting up the American people. And after the 4 years that we have seen of Donald Trump unifying our country around our common values and principles.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Neither President Trump nor Vice President Biden has released a sort of detailed health information that had become the modern norm until the 2016 election. And in recent days, President Trump's doctors have given misleading answers or refused to answer basic questions about his health. And my question to each of you in turn is this information voters deserve to know? Vice President Pence, would you like to go first?
Well, Susan, thank you. And let me say, on behalf of the President and the First Lady, how moved we've all been by the outpouring of prayers and concern for the President. And I do believe it's emblematic of the prayers and the concern that have ushered forth for every American impacted by the coronavirus. But the care the President received at Walter Reed Hospital, the White House doctors, was exceptional. And the transparency that they practiced all along the way will continue. The American people have a right to know about the health and well-being of their President, and will continue to do that. But I'm just extremely grateful and was more than a little moved by the broad and bipartisan support. And Senator, I want to thank you and Joe Biden for your expressions of genuine concern. And I also want to congratulate you, as I did on that phone call, on the historic nature of your nomination.
Thank you.
I never expected to be on this stage 4 years ago, so I know the feeling. But the reality is we've got an election before the American people in the midst of this challenging year. And the stakes have never been higher, but I think the choice has never been clearer.
I want to give Senator Harris a chance to respond to the same question I asked, which is, do voters have a right to know more detailed health information about presidential candidates and especially about presidents, especially when they're facing some kind of challenge?
Absolutely, and that's why Joe Biden has been so incredibly transparent, and certainly by contrast, the president has not, both in terms of health records, but also let's look at taxes. We now know, because of great investigative journalism, that Donald Trump paid $750 in taxes. When I first heard about it, I literally said, "You mean $750,000? And it was like, no, $750. We now know Donald Trump owes and is in debt for $400 million. And just so everyone is clear, when we say in debt, it means you owe money to somebody. And it'd be really good to know who the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, owes money to, because the American people have a right to know what is influencing the President's decisions. And is he making those decisions on the best interest of the American people, of you, or self-interest? So, Susan, I'm glad you asked about transparency, because it has to be across the board. Joe has been incredibly transparent over many, many years. The one thing we all know about Joe, he puts it all out there. He is honest, he is forthright. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been about covering up everything.
Thank you, Senator Harris. I want to give you a chance to respond, Vice President.
Well, look, I respect the fact that Joe Biden spent 47 years in public life. I respect your public service as well.
Thank you.
But the American people have a president who's a businessman, he's a job creator, who's paid tens of millions of dollars in taxes, payroll taxes, property taxes. He's created tens of thousands of American jobs. And the president said those public reports are not accurate. And the president's also released literally stacks of financial disclosures the American people can review just as the law allows. But the distinction here is that Joe Biden, 47 years in public service, compared to President Donald Trump, who brought all of that experience 4 years ago.
Thank you, Vice
and
President.
turned this economy around by cutting taxes, rolling back regulation, unleashing American energy, fighting for free and fair trade, and all of that's on the line if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
You know, that's a good segue into our third topic, which is about the economy. This has been another aspect of life for Americans that's been so affected by this coronavirus. We have a jobs crisis brewing. On Friday, we learned that the unemployment rate had declined to 7.9% in September, but the job growth had stalled, and that was before the latest round of layoffs and furloughs in the airline industry at Disney and elsewhere. Hundreds of thousands of discouraged workers have stopped looking for work. Nearly 11 million jobs that existed at the beginning of the year haven't been replaced. Those hardest hit include Latinos, Blacks, and women. Senator Harris, the Biden-Harris campaign has proposed new programs to boost the economy, and you would pay for that new spending by raising $4 trillion in taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. Some economists warn that could curb entrepreneurial ventures that fuel growth and create jobs. Would raising taxes put the recovery at risk? And you have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
Thank you. On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the American people are going to have to pay for. On day one, Joe Biden will repeal that tax bill. He'll get rid of it. And what he'll do with the money is invest it in the American people. And through a plan that is about investing in infrastructure, something that Donald Trump said he would do. I remember hearing about some infrastructure week. I don't think it ever happened. But Joe Biden will do that. He'll invest in infrastructure. It's about upgrading our roads and bridges, but also investing in clean energy and renewable energy. Joe is going to invest that money in what we need to do around innovation. There was a time when our country believed in science and invested in research and development so that we were an innovation leader on the globe. Joe Biden will use that money to invest in education. So, for example, for folks who want to go to a 2-year community college, it will be free. If you come from a family that makes less than $125,000, you'll go to a public university for free. And across the board, we'll make sure that if you have student loan debt, it's cut by $10,000. That's how Joe Biden thinks about the economy, which is it's about investing in the people of our country as opposed to passing a tax bill, which had the benefit of letting American corporations go offshore to do their business.
Thank you,
You're
Senator
welcome.
Harris. Vice President Pence, your administration has been predicting a rapid and robust recovery, but the latest economic report suggests that's not happening. Should Americans be braced for an economic comeback that is going to take not months, but a year or more? You have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
When President Trump and I took office, America had gone through the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. Because when Joe Biden was vice president, they tried to tax and spend and regulate and bail our way back to a growing economy. President Trump cut taxes across the board. Despite what Senator Harris says, the average American family of four had $2,000 in savings in taxes. And with the rise in wages that occurred, most predominantly for blue-collar, hardworking Americans, the average household income for a family of four increased by $4,000 following President Trump's tax cuts. But America, you just heard Senator Harris tell you, on day one, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. It's really remarkable to think, Susan. I mean, right after a time where we're going through a pandemic that lost 22 million jobs at the height, we've already added back 11.6 million jobs because we had a president who cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, fought for free and fair trade, and secured $4 trillion from the Congress of the United States to give direct payments to families, save 50 million jobs through the Paycheck Protection Program. We literally have spared no expense to help the American people and the American worker through this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to raise taxes. They want to bury our economy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal, which you were one of the original co-sponsors of in the United States Senate. They want to abolish fossil fuels and ban fracking, which would cost hundreds of thousands of American jobs all across the heartland. And Joe Biden wants to go back to the economic surrender to China, that when we took office, half of our international trade deficit was with China alone. And Joe Biden wants to repeal all of the tariffs that President Trump put into effect to fight for American jobs and American workers. Joe Biden says democracy's on the ballot. Make no mistake about it, Susan. The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot with 4 more years of growth and opportunity, 4 more years of President Donald Trump. 2021 is going to be the biggest economic year in the history of this country.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Senator Harris.
Well, I mean, I thought we saw enough of it in last week's debate, but I think this is supposed to be a debate based on fact and truth. And the truth and the fact is Joe Biden has been very clear. He will not raise taxes on anybody who makes less than $400,000 a year.
He said he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait.
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. That was tax cuts that gave the average working family $2,000 in a tax break every single year. Senator,
that is absolutely not true.
Is he only going to repeal part of the Trump tax cuts?
If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Okay. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden is the one who, during the Great Recession, was responsible for the Recovery Act that brought America back. And now the Trump-Pence administration wants to take credit when they rode the coattails of Joe Biden's success for the economy that they had at the beginning of their term. Of course, now the economy is a complete disaster. But Joe Biden, on the one hand, did that. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who has reigned over a recession that is being compared to the Great Depression. On the one hand, you have Joe Biden, who was responsible with President Barack Obama for the Affordable Care Act, which brought health care to over 20 million Americans and protected people with pre-existing conditions. And what it also did is it saved those families who otherwise were going bankrupt because of hospital bills they could not afford. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who's in court right now, trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which means that you will lose protections if you have pre-existing conditions. And this is very important, Susan.
Yes,
and it's
but we
important.
we need to give Vice President.
I'd just like to, he interrupted me, and I'd like to just finish, please. If you have a pre-existing condition, heart disease, diabetes, breast cancer, they're coming for you. If you love someone who has a pre-existing condition, they're coming for you. If you are under the age of 26 on your parents' coverage, they're coming for you.
Senator Harris, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, I hope we have a chance to talk about health care because Obamacare was a disaster. The American people remember it well. And President Trump and I have a plan to improve health care and to protect pre-existing conditions for every American. But look, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. You yourself said on multiple occasions when you were running for president that you would ban fracking. Joe Biden looked at a supporter in the eye and pointed and said, I guarantee that we will abolish fossil fuels. They have a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal, Susan, that your newspaper, USA Today, said really wasn't that very different from the original Green New Deal. More taxes, more regulation, banning fracking, abolishing fossil fuel, crushing American energy, and economic surrender to China is a prescription for economic decline. President Trump and I will keep America growing. The V-shaped recovery that's underway right now will continue with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House.
Thank you very, very much, Vice President Pence. Once again, you've provided the perfect segue to a new topic, which is climate change. And Vice President Pence, I'd like to pose the first question to you. This year, we've seen record-setting hurricanes in the South. Another one, Hurricane Delta, is now threatening the Gulf. And we have seen record-setting wildfires in the West. Do you believe, as the scientific community has concluded, that man-made climate change has made wildfires bigger, hotter, and more deadly, and have made hurricanes wetter, slower, and more damaging? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. Well, first, I'm very proud of our record on the environment and on conservation. According to all of the best estimates, our air and land are cleaner than any time ever recorded. Our water is among the cleanest in the world. And just a little while ago, the President signed the Outdoors Act. It's the largest investment in our public lands and public parks in 100 years. So President Trump has made a commitment to conservation and to the environment. Now, with regard to climate change, the climate is changing. But the issue is, what's the cause and what do we do about it? President Trump has made it clear that we're going to continue to listen to the science. Now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would put us back in the Paris Climate Accord. They'd impose the Green New Deal, which would crush American energy, would increase the energy costs of American families in their homes, and literally would crush American jobs. And President Trump and I believe that the progress that we have made in a cleaner environment has been happening precisely because we have a strong free market economy. You know, what's remarkable is the United States has reduced CO2 more than the countries that are still in the Paris Climate Accord, but we've done it through innovation. And we've done it through natural gas and fracking, which, Senator, the American people can go look at the record. I know Joe Biden says otherwise now, as you do, but the both of you repeatedly committed to abolishing fossil fuel and banning fracking. And so by creating the kind of American innovation, we're actually steering toward a stronger and better environment. With regard to wildfires, President Trump and I believe that forest management has to be front and center, and even Governor Gavin Newsom from your state has agreed we've got to work on forest management. And with regard to hurricanes, the National Oceanic Administration tells us that actually as difficult as they are,
Thank you, Vice President.
There are no more hurricanes today than there were 100 years ago.
Thank you.
But many of the climate alarmists
Pence,
use hurricanes and wildfires to try and sell their bill of goods of a Green New Deal. And President Trump and I are going to always put American jobs and American workers first.
Senator
American workers first.
Senator Harris, as the Vice President mentioned, you co-sponsored the Green New Deal in Congress. But Vice President Biden said in last week's debate that he does not support the Green New Deal. But if you look at the Biden-Harris campaign website, it describes the Green New Deal as a crucial framework. What exactly would be the stance of a Biden-Harris administration toward the Green New Deal? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. So first of all, I will repeat, and the American people know, that Joe Biden will not ban fracking. That is a fact. That is a fact. I will repeat that Joe Biden has been very clear that he thinks about growing jobs, which is why he will not increase taxes for anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. Joe Biden's economic plan, Moody's, which is a reputable Wall Street firm, has said will create 7 million more jobs than Donald Trump's. And part of those jobs that will be created by Joe Biden are going to be about clean energy and renewable energy. Because you see, Joe understands that the west coast of our country is burning, including my home state of California. Joe sees what is happening on the Gulf states, which are being battered by storms. Joe has seen and talked with the farmers in Iowa, whose entire crops have been destroyed because of floods. And so Joe believes, again, in science. I'll tell you something, Susan. I served, when I first got to the Senate, on the committee that's responsible for the environment. Do you know this administration took the word science off the website and then took the phrase climate change off the website? We have seen a pattern with this administration, which is they don't believe in science. And Joe's plan is about saying we're going to deal with it, but we're also going to create jobs. Donald Trump, when asked about the wildfires in California, and the question was, you know, the science is telling us this, you know what Donald Trump said? Science doesn't know. So let's talk about who is prepared to lead our country over the course of the next 4 years on what is an existential threat to us as human beings. Joe is about saying we're going to invest that in renewable energy. It's going to be about the creation of millions of jobs. We will achieve net zero emissions by 2050, carbon neutral by 2035. Joe has a plan. This has been a lot of talk from the Trump administration, and really it has been to go backward instead of forward. We will also re-enter the climate agreement with pride.
Senator Harris just said that climate change is an existential threat. Vice President Pence, do you believe that climate change poses an existential threat?
As I said, Susan, the climate is changing. We'll follow the science. But once again, Senator Harris is denying the fact that they're going to raise taxes on every American. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that on day one he was going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. Those tax cuts delivered $2,000 in tax relief to the average family of four across America. And with regard to banning fracking, I just recommend that people look at the record. You yourself said repeatedly that you would ban fracking. You were the first Senate co-sponsor of the Green New Deal. And while Joe Biden denied the Green New Deal, Susan, thank you for pointing out, the Green New Deal is on their campaign website. And as USA Today said, it's essentially the same plan as you co-sponsored with AOC when she submitted it in the Senate. And you just heard the senator say that she's going to resubmit America to the Paris Climate Accord. Look, the American people have always cherished our environment. We'll continue to cherish it. We've made great progress reducing CO2 emissions through American innovation and the development of natural gas through fracking. We don't need a massive $2 trillion Green New Deal that would impose all new mandates on American businesses and American families.
Thank you.
Joe Biden wants us to retrofit 4 million American business buildings. It makes no sense. It will cost jobs. President Trump is going to put America first. He's going to put jobs first, and we're going to take care of our environment and follow the science.
Thank you,
But, on the issue of jobs,
Senator Harris,
let's talk about that. The vice president earlier referred to, as part of what he thinks is an accomplishment, the president's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. You lost it. What ended up happening is because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Farmers have experienced bankruptcy because of it. We are in a manufacturing recession because of it. And when we look at where this administration has been, there are estimates that by the end of the term of this administration, they will have lost more jobs than almost any other presidential administration. And the American people know what I'm talking about. You know. I think about 20-year-olds. You know, we have a 20-year-old, a 20-something-year-old, who are coming out of high school and college right now, and you're wondering, is there going to be a job there for me? We're looking at people who are trying to figure out how they're going to pay rent by the end of the month. Almost half of American renters are worried about whether they're going to be able to pay rent by the end of the month. This is where the economy is in America right now, and it is because of the catastrophe and the failure of leadership of this administration.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you just 15 seconds to respond, because then I want to move on to
Well, I'd love to respond. Look, lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China over the last several decades. And again, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts. When Joe Biden was vice president, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs, and President Obama said they were never coming back. He said we needed a magic wand to bring them back. In our first 3 years after we cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, this administration saw 500,000 manufacturing jobs created. And that's exactly the kind of growth we're going to continue to see as we bring our nation through this pandemic. But a Green New Deal, your massive new mandates, your Paris Climate Accord, it's going to kill jobs this time, just like it killed jobs.
I just need to respond very briefly,
15 seconds, and
Thank
then
you.
we'll move
Thank
on.
you. Joe Biden is responsible for saving America's auto industry, and you voted against it. So let's set the record straight. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about China. We have, as our next topic, we have no more complicated or consequential foreign relationship than the one with China. It is a huge market for American agricultural goods. It's a potential partner in dealing with climate change in North Korea. And in a video tonight, President Trump again blamed it for the coronavirus, saying China will pay. Vice President Pence, how would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Competitors, adversaries, enemies? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Susan. Well, before I leave that, let me speak to voting records if I can. You know, everybody knows that NAFTA cost literally thousands of American factories to close. We saw automotive jobs go south of the border. President Trump fought to renegotiate NAFTA. And the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement is now the law of the land. American people deserve to know Senator Kamala Harris was one of only 10 members of the Senate to vote against the USMCA. It was a huge win for American auto workers. It was a huge win for American farmers, especially dairy in the upper Midwest. But Senator, you said it didn't go far enough on climate change, that you put your radical environmental agenda ahead of American auto workers and ahead of American jobs. The American people deserve to know that. Is probably why Newsweek magazine said that Kamala Harris was the most liberal member of the United States Senate in 2019, more liberal than Bernie Sanders, more liberal than any of the others in the United States Senate. So now, with regard to China, look, Susan, first and foremost, China is to blame for the coronavirus. And President Trump is not happy about it. He's made that very clear, made it clear again today. China and the World Health Organization did not play straight with the American people. They did not let our personnel into China to get information on the coronavirus until the middle of February. Fortunately, President Trump, in dealing with China from the outset of this administration, standing up to China that had been taking advantage of America for decades in the wake of Joe Biden's cheerleading for China, President Trump made that decision before the end of January to suspend all travel from China. And again, the American people deserve to know Joe Biden opposed President Trump's decision to suspend all travel from China. He said it was hysterical. He said it was xenophobic.
Vice President Pence.
But President Trump has stood up to China. We're going to continue to stand strong.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
We want to improve the relationship, but we're going to level the playing field, and we're going to hold China accountable for what they did to America with the coronavirus.
Thank you. Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked the Vice President. How would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Are we competitors, adversaries, enemies? You'll have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Susan, the Trump administration's perspective and approach to China has resulted in the loss of American lives, American jobs, and America's standing. There's a weird obsession that President Trump has had with getting rid of whatever accomplishment was achieved by President Obama and Vice President Biden. For example, they created within the White House an office that basically was responsible for monitoring pandemics. They got rid of it.
Not true.
There was a team of disease experts that President Obama and Vice President Biden dispatched to China to monitor what is now predictable and what might happen. They pulled them out. We now are looking at 210,000 Americans who have lost their lives. Let's look at the job situation. We mentioned before the trade deal, the trade war, they wanted to call it, with China. It resulted in the loss of over 300 manufacturing jobs and a manufacturing recession, and the American consumer paying thousands of dollars more for goods because of that failed war that they called it. Then let's talk about standing. Pew, a reputable research firm, has done an analysis that shows that leaders of all of our formerly allied countries have now decided that they hold in greater esteem and respect Xi Jinping, the head of the Chinese Communist Party, than they do Donald Trump, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. This is where we are today because of a failure of leadership by this administration.
Senator Harris, we've seen changes in the role of the United States in terms of global leadership over the past 4 years. And of course, times do change. What's your definition? We've seen strains with China, of course, as the Vice President mentioned. We've seen strains with our traditional allies in NATO and elsewhere. What is your definition of the role of American leadership in 2020?
So, you know, Joe is, I love talking with Joe about a lot of these issues. And, you know, Joe, I think he said it quite well. He says, you know, foreign policy, it might sound complicated, but really it's relationships. So just think about it as relationships. And so we know this in our personal and professional relationships. You got to keep your word to your friends. Got to be loyal to your friends. People who've stood with you, got to stand with them. You got to know who your adversaries are and keep them in check. But what we have seen with Donald Trump is that he has betrayed our friends and embraced dictators around the world. Let's take, for example, Russia. So, Russia, I serve on the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate. America's intelligence community told us Russia interfered in the election of the President of the United States in 2016 and is playing in 2020. Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, said the same. But Donald Trump, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America, prefers to take the word of Vladimir Putin over the word of the American intelligence community. You look at our friends at NATO. He has walked away from agreements. You can look at the Iran nuclear deal, which now has put us in a position where we are less safe because they are building up what might end up being a significant nuclear arsenal. We were in that deal, guys. We were in the Iran nuclear deal with friends, with allies around the country. And because of Donald Trump's unilateral approach to foreign policy, coupled with his isolationism, he pulled us out and has made America less safe. So, Susan, it's about relationships. And the thing that has always been part of the strength of our nation, in addition to our great military, has been that we keep our word. But Donald Trump doesn't understand that because he doesn't understand what it means to be honest.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, thank you. Well, President Trump kept his word when we moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. When Joe Biden was vice president, they promised to do that, and they never did. We've stood strong with our allies, but we've been demanding. NATO is now contributing more to our common defense than ever before, thanks to President Trump's leadership. We've strengthened our alliances across the Asia-Pacific And we've stood strong against those who would do us harm. You know, when President Trump came into office, ISIS had captured an area of the Middle East the size of Pennsylvania. But President Trump unleashed the American military, and our armed forces destroyed the ISIS caliphate and took down their leader, al-Baghdadi, without one American casualty. Al-Baghdadi was responsible for the death of thousands. But notably, America's hearts today are with the family of Kayla Mueller, her parents of which are here with us tonight in Salt Lake City. Today, 2 of the ISIS killers responsible for Kayla Mueller's murder were brought to justice in the United States. Jihadi John was killed on the battlefield along with the other Beetle. The reality is that when Joe Biden was vice president, we had an opportunity to save Kayla Mueller. It breaks my heart to reflect on it, but the military came into the Oval Office, presented a plan. They said they knew where Kayla was. Baghdadi had held her for 18 months, abused her mercilessly before they killed her. But when Joe Biden was vice president, they hesitated for a month. And when armed forces finally went in, it was clear she'd been moved 2 days earlier. And her family says with a heart that broke the heart of every American that if President Donald Trump had been president, they believe Kayla would be alive today.
Thank you, Vice
Look,
President.
we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. And you talk about re-entering the Iran nuclear deal. I mean, the last administration transferred $1.8 billion to the leading state sponsor
Thank you, Vice
of
President
terrorism.
Pence.
President Donald Trump got us out of the deal.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And when Qasem Soleimani was traveling to Baghdad
Thank you,
to do
Vice President
harm
Pence.
to Americans, President Donald Trump took
Thank you,
him
Vice
out.
President Pence.
And America is safer, our allies are safer, and the American people know President Donald Trump will never
Thank you,
hesitate
Vice President
to take
Pence.
action.
I would like to give Senator Harris a chance to respond, but not at such great length because, of course, there are other topics we want to talk about.
But I would like equal time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
First of all, to the Mueller family, I know about your daughter's case, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What happened to her is awful, and it should have never happened. And I know Joe feels the same way. And I know that President Obama feels the same way. But you mentioned Soleimani. Let's start there. So after the strike on Soleimani, there was a counter strike on our troops in Iraq. And they suffered serious brain injuries. And do you know what Donald Trump dismissed them as? Headaches. And this is about a pattern of Donald Trump's, where he has referred to our men who are serving in our military as suckers and losers. Donald Trump, who went to Arlington Cemetery and stood above the graves of our fallen heroes and said, what's in it for them? Because, of course, you know, he only thinks about what's in it for him. Let's take what he said about John McCain, a great American hero. And Donald Trump says he doesn't deserve to be called a hero because he was a prisoner of war. And this is very important when you want to talk about who is the current commander-in-chief and what they care about and what they don't care about. Public reporting that Russia had bounties on the heads of American soldiers. And you know what a bounty is? It's somebody puts a price on your head and they will pay it if you are killed. And Donald Trump had talked at least 6 times to Vladimir Putin and never brought up the subject. Joe Biden would never do that.
Thank you.
Joe Biden would, but Joe Biden would hold Russia to account for any threat to our nation's security or to our troops who are sacrificing their lives for the sake of our democracy and our safety.
Thank you, Senator Harris. This is such an important issue, but we have other important issues as well. And
Susan,
I want to make sure we have a chance
I really have to
talk
respond to
about
that. Look, she has
15 seconds because
Well, I gotta
we're
have
trying
more
to
than
keep.
that. Look.
Well, I'm sorry, but Vice President Pence, you've had more time than she's had so far.
The slanders against President Donald Trump regarding men and women of our armed forces are absurd.
I'm sorry, Vice President
My son
Pence.
is a captain in the United
Yes.
States Marine Corps. My son-in-law is deployed in the United States Navy. I can assure all of you, with sons and daughters serving in our military, President Donald Trump not only respects but reveres all of those who serve in our armed forces, and any suggestion otherwise is ridiculous.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
the
Vice
American
President Pence,
people deserve-
you know,
Susan,
Vice
the
President
American
Pence,
people deserve
I
to
didn't,
know
Vice President
there's a
Pence, I did not,
pattern
excuse
that
me,
you cannot
Susan, the
I did
American
not
people
create
deserve
the
to know
rules for tonight.
Joe Biden
Your
and
campaigns agreed to the rules for tonight's debate with the Commission on Presidential Debates. I'm here to enforce them, which involves moving from one topic to another, giving roughly equal time to both of you,
right
which is what I'm trying very hard to do.
Go right ahead.
So I want to go ahead and move to the next topic, which is an important one, as the last topic was, and that is the Supreme Court. On Monday, the Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to open hearings on Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court. Senator Harris, you'll be there as a member of the committee. Yes. Her confirmation would cement the court's conservative majority and make it likely open to more abortion restrictions, even to overturning the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling. Access to abortion would then be up to the states. Vice President Pence, you're the former governor of Indiana. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want Indiana to do? Would you want your home state to ban all abortions? You have 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
Well, thank you for the question, but I'll use a little bit of my time to respond to that very important issue before. The American people deserve to know Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general, was responsible for the death of hundreds of American service members. When the opportunity came, we saw him headed to Baghdad to kill more Americans. President Trump didn't hesitate, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. But you deserve to know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually criticized the decision to take out Qasem Soleimani. It's really inexplicable, but with regard to Joe Biden, it's explainable. Because history records that Joe Biden actually opposed the raid against Osama bin Laden. It's absolutely essential that we have a commander-in-chief who will not hesitate to act to protect American lives and to protect American service members, and that's what you have in President Donald Trump. Now, with regard to the Supreme Court of the United States, let me say President Trump and I could not be more enthusiastic about the opportunity to see Judge Amy Coney Barrett become Justice Amy Coney Barrett. She's a brilliant woman, and she will bring a lifetime of experience and a sizable American family to the Supreme Court of the United States. And our hope is, in the hearing next week, unlike Justice Kavanaugh received with treatment from you and others, we hope she gets a fair hearing. And we particularly hope that we don't see the kind of attacks on her Christian faith that we saw before. I mean, the Democrat chairman of the Judiciary Committee before, when Judge Barrett was being confirmed for the Court of Appeals, expressed concern that the dogma of her faith lived loudly in her. Dick Durbin of Illinois said that it was a concern. Senator, I know one of our judicial nominees, you actually attacked because they were a member of the Catholic Knights of Columbus, just because the Knights of Columbus holds pro-life views and pro-marriage views.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
So
Your
my
time
hope
is
is
up.
that when the hearing takes place,
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
that Judge Amy Coney Barrett will be respected,
Thank you,
treated
Vice President
respectfully,
Pence.
voted and confirmed
Thank
to the
you.
Supreme Court of the United States.
Senator Harris, you're the senator from and former Attorney General of California. So let me ask you a parallel question to the one I posed to the Vice President. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want California to do? Would you want your home state to enact no restrictions on access to abortion? And you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. First of all, Joe Biden and I are both people of faith, and it's insulting to suggest that we would knock anyone for their faith. And in fact, Joe, if elected, will be only the second practicing Catholic as President of the United States. On the issue of this nomination, Joe and I are very clear, as are the majority of the American people. We are 27 days before the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And, you know, before, when this conversation has come up, you know, it's been about election year or election time. We're literally in an election. Over 4 million people have voted. People are in the process of voting right now. And so Joe has been very clear, as the American people are. Let the American people fill that seat in the White House, and then we'll fill that seat on the United States Supreme Court. And to your point, Susan, the issues before us couldn't be more serious. There's the issue of choice, and I will always fight for a woman's right to make a decision about her own body. It should be her decision and not that of Donald Trump and the Vice President, Michael Pence. But let's also look at what else is before the court. It's the Affordable Care Act. Like, literally in the midst of a public health pandemic, when over 210,000 people have died and 7 million people probably have what will be in the future considered a pre-existing condition because you contracted the virus. Donald Trump is in court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And I said it before, and it bears repeating. This means that there will be no more protections if they win for people with pre-existing conditions. No. This means that over 20 million people will lose your coverage. It means that if you're under the age of 26, you can't stay on your parents' coverage anymore. And here's the thing. The contrast couldn't be more clear. They're trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Joe Biden is saying, let's expand coverage. Let's give you a choice of a public option or private coverage. Let's bring down premiums.
Thank you, Senator
Let's
Harris.
lower Medicare eligibility to 60.
Thank you, Senator
That's true
Harris.
leadership.
You know, you mentioned earlier, Vice President Pence, that the president was committed to maintaining protections for people with pre-existing conditions. But you do have this court case that you are supporting, your administration supporting, that would strike down the Affordable Care Act. The president says, President Trump says that he's going to protect people with pre-existing conditions, but he has not explained how he would do that. And that was one of the toughest nuts to crack when they were passing the Affordable Care Act. So tell us specifically, how would your administration protect Americans with pre-existing conditions to have access to affordable insurance if the Affordable Care Act is struck down?
Well, thank you, Susan. But let me just say, addressing your very first question, I couldn't be more proud to serve as vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. I'm pro-life. I don't apologize for it. And this is another one of those cases where there's such a dramatic contrast. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris support taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. Late-term abortion. They want to increase funding to Planned Parenthood of America. Now, for our part, I would never presume how Judge Amy Coney Barrett would rule on the Supreme Court of the United States, but we'll continue to stand strong for the right to life. When you speak about the Supreme Court, though, I think the American people really deserve an answer, Senator Harris. Are you and Joe Biden going to pack the court if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed? I mean, there have been 29 vacancies on the Supreme Court during presidential election years, from George Washington to Barack Obama. Presidents have nominated in all 29 cases. But your party is actually openly advocating adding seats to the Supreme Court, which has had 9 seats for 150 years, if you don't get your way. This is a classic case of if you can't win by the rules, you're going to change the rules. Now, you've refused to answer the question. Joe Biden has refused to answer the question. So I think the American people would really like to know, if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed at the Supreme Court of the United States, are you and Joe Biden, if somehow you win this election, going to pack the Supreme Court to get your way?
I'm so glad we went through a little history lesson. Let's do that a little more. In 1864...
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
No, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Okay. In 1864, one of the, I think, political heroes, certainly of the president, I assume of you also, Mr. Vice President, is Abraham Lincoln. Mm-hmm. Abraham Lincoln was up for re-election, and it was 27 days before the election, and a seat became open on the United States Supreme Court. Abraham Lincoln's party was in charge not only of the White House, but the Senate. But Honest Abe said it's not the right thing to do. The American people deserve to make the decision about who will be the next president of the United States, and then that person can select who will serve for a lifetime on the highest court of our land. And so Joe and I are very clear. The American people are voting right now, and it should be their decision about who will serve on this most important body for a lifetime.
Thank you,
And
Senator
the American
Harris.
people, Susan, are voting right now. They'd like to know if you and Joe Biden are going to pack the Supreme Court if you don't get your way in this nomination.
Let's talk about packing.
You once
Come
again
on.
gave a non-answer. Joe Biden gave a non-answer.
Trying to answer you
the
now.
American people deserve a straight answer. And if you haven't figured it out yet, the straight answer is they are going to pack the Supreme Court if they somehow win this election. Men and
Mr.
women,
Vice President,
I got to
I
tell you,
think
people across this country, if you cherish our Supreme Court, if you cherish the separation of powers, you need to reject the Biden-Harris ticket. Come November the 3rd, re-elect President Donald Trump, and we'll stand by that separation of powers in a 9-seat Supreme Court.
Yeah, let's talk about packing the court then. Let's talk about the
Please.
fact. Yeah, I'm about to. So the Trump-Pence administration has been, because I sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Susan, as you mentioned, and I've witnessed the appointments for lifetime appointments to the federal courts, district courts, courts of appeal. People who are purely ideological, people who have been reviewed by legal professional organizations and found to have been not competent, are substandard. And do you know that of the 50 people who President Trump appointed to the Court of Appeals for lifetime appointments, not one is black? This is what they've been doing. You want to talk about packing a court? Let's have that discussion.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Let's go on and talk about the issue of racial justice.
I just want the record to reflect she never answered the question. So maybe the next debate, Joe Biden will answer the question. But I think the American people know the answer.
Thank you, Vice President. In March, Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old emergency room technician in Louisville, was shot and killed after police officers executing a search warrant in a narcotics investigation broke into her apartment. The police said they identified themselves. Taylor's boyfriend said he didn't hear them do that. He used a gun registered to him to fire a shot, which wounded an officer. The officers then fired more than 20 rounds into the apartment. They say they were acting in self-defense. None of them have been indicted in connection with her death. Senator Harris, in the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes.
I don't believe so. And I've talked with Breonna's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her family. And her family deserves justice. She was a beautiful young woman. She had as her life goal to become a nurse, and she wanted to become an EMT to first learn what's going on out on the street so she could then become a nurse and save lives. And her life was taken unjustifiably and tragically and violently. And it brings me to, the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that America witnessed, during which an American man was tortured and killed under the knee of an armed, uniformed police officer. And people around our country of every race, of every age, of every gender, perfect strangers to each other, marched shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, fighting for us to finally achieve that ideal of equal justice under law. And I was a part of those peaceful protests. And I believe strongly that, first of all, we are never going to condone violence, but we always must fight for the values that we hold dear, including the fight to achieve our ideals. And that's why Joe Biden and I have said on this subject, look, and I'm a former career prosecutor. I know what I'm talking about. Bad cops are bad for good cops. We need reform of our policing in America and our criminal justice system, which is why Joe and I will immediately ban chokeholds and carotid holds. George Floyd would be alive today if we did that. We will require a national registry for police officers who break the law. We will, on the issue of criminal justice reform, get rid of private prisons and cash bail, and we will decriminalize marijuana, and we will expunge the records of those who have been convicted of marijuana. This is a time for leadership on a tragic issue of unarmed black people in America who have been killed.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me pose the same question to you. In the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
Well, our heart breaks for the loss of any innocent American life. and the family of Breonna Taylor has our sympathies. But I trust our justice system, a grand jury that refused the evidence. And it really is remarkable that as a former prosecutor, you would assume that an impaneled grand jury looking at all the evidence got it wrong. But you're entitled to your opinion, Senator. I think, look, and with regard to George Floyd, there's no excuse for what happened to George Floyd. And justice will be served. But there's also no excuse for the rioting and looting that followed. I mean, it really is astonishing. Flora Westbrook is with us here tonight in Salt Lake City. Just a few weeks ago, I stood at what used to be her salon. It was burned to the ground by rioters and looters. And Flora is still trying to put her life back together. And I must tell you, this presumption that you hear consistently from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that America is systemically racist. And that, as Joe Biden said, that he believes that law enforcement has an implicit bias against minorities, is a great insult to the men and women who serve in law enforcement. And I want everyone to know who puts on the uniform of law enforcement every day that President Trump and I stand with you. And it is remarkable that when Senator Tim Scott tried to pass a police reform bill, brought together a group of Republicans and Democrats, Senator Harris, you got up and walked out of the room. And then you filibustered Senator Tim Scott's bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. Look, we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement, improving public safety, and supporting our African-American neighbors and all of our minorities. Under President Trump's leadership, we'll always stand with law enforcement, and we'll do what we've done from day one, and that is improve the lives of African Americans.
Thank you, Vice President
Record unemployment, record investments in education, and we'll fight for school choice for all of our minorities.
Thank you, Vice President.
I'd like to respond.
Senator Harris.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President on what it means to enforce the laws of our country. I am the only one on this stage who has personally prosecuted everything from child sexual assault to homicide. I'm the only one on this stage who has prosecuted the big banks for taking advantage of America's homeowners. I'm the only one on this stage who prosecuted for-profit colleges for taking advantage of our veterans. And the reality of this is that we are talking about an election in 27 days, where last week the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans and refused to condemn white supremacists.
Not true.
And
not true.
It wasn't like he didn't have a chance. He didn't do it, and then he doubled down. And then he said, when pressed, stand back, stand by. And this is a part of a pattern of Donald Trump's. He called Mexicans rapists and criminals. He instituted as his first act a Muslim ban. On the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully protesting the need for racial justice, where a young woman was killed, and on the other side there were neo-Nazis carrying tiki torches, shouting racial epithets, anti-Semitic slurs. And Donald Trump, when asked about it, said, there were fine people on both sides. This is who we have as the President of the United States. And America, you deserve better. Joe Biden will be a president who brings our country together.
Senator Harris.
And recognizes the beauty in our diversity and the fact that we all have so much more in common than what separates us.
Vice President Pence, let me give you a minute to respond.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think this is one of the things that makes people dislike the media so much in this country, Susan, is that you selectively edit, just like Senator Harris did, comments that President Trump and I and others on our side of the aisle make. I mean, Senator Harris conveniently omitted, after the president made comments about people on either side of the debate over monuments, he condemned the KKK, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists, and has done so repeatedly. You're concerned that he doesn't condemn neo-Nazis. President Trump has Jewish grandchildren. His daughter and son-in-law are Jewish. This is a president who respects and cherishes all of the American people. But you talk about having personally prosecuted. I'm glad you brought up your record, Senator.
Thank you.
But I really need to make this point. When you were DA in San Francisco, when you left office, African Americans were 19 times more likely to be prosecuted for minor drug offenses than whites and Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California, you increased the disproportionate incarceration of blacks in California. You did nothing on criminal justice reform in California. You didn't lift a finger to pass the First Step Act on Capitol Hill. I mean, the reality is your record speaks for itself. President Trump and I have fought for criminal justice reform.
Thank you, Vice President
Pence. We fought for educational choice and opportunities for African Americans, all of our minorities.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll do it for 4 more
Thank
years.
you. You know, there is no more important issue than the final issue that we're going to talk about tonight, and that is the issue of the election itself.
But he attacked my record. I would like an opportunity to respond.
Let me give you 30 seconds because we're running out of time.
I appreciate that. First of all, having served as the Attorney General of the state of California, the work that I did is a model of what our nation needs to do, and we will be able to do under a Joe Biden presidency. Our agenda includes what this administration has failed to do. It will be about not only instituting a ban on chokeholds and carotid holes.
Thank you.
Not only.
Thank you, Senator
I
Harris.
would like to go through.
These are points that you made earlier in the hour, and I want to talk about the election itself before we have to.
But I want to talk about the connection between what Joe and I will do and my record, which includes I was the first statewide officer to institute a requirement that my agents would wear body cameras and keep them on full time. We were the first to initiate a requirement that there would be a training for law enforcement on implicit bias because, yes, Joe Biden and I recognize that implicit bias does exist, Mr. Vice President, contrary to what you may believe. We did the work of instituting reforms that were about investing in reentry. This is the work that we have done and the work we will do going forward. And again, I will not be lectured by the Vice President on our record of what we have done in terms of law enforcement and keeping our communities safe and a commitment to reforming the criminal justice system of America.
Thank you, Senator Harris. And I'd like to I'd like you to respond first to the question on our final topic, the election itself. President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If your ticket wins and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what steps would you and Vice President Biden then take? What would happen next? You have 2 minutes.
So I'll tell you, Joe and I are, I think, particularly proud of the coalition that we've built around our campaign. We probably have one of the broadest coalitions of folks that you've ever seen in a presidential race. Of course, we have the support of Democrats, but also independents and Republicans. In fact, 7 members of President George W. Bush's cabinet are supporting our ticket. We have the support of Colin Powell, Cindy McCain, John Kasich, over 500 generals, retired generals, and former national security experts and advisors are supporting our campaign. And I believe they are doing that because they know that Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight for our democracy and to fight for the integrity of our democracy and to bring integrity back to the White House. And so we believe in the American people. We believe in our democracy. And here's what I'd like to say to everybody. Vote. Please vote. Vote early. Come up with a plan to vote. Go to iwillvote.com. You can also go to joebiden.com. We have it within our power in these next 27 days to make the decision about what will be the course of our country for the next 4 years. And it is within our power, and if we use our vote and we use our voice, we will win. And we will not let anyone subvert our democracy with what Donald Trump has been doing, as he did on the debate stage last week, when again in front of 70 million people, he openly attempted to suppress the vote. Joe Biden, on the other hand, on that same debate stage, because clearly Donald Trump doesn't think he can run on a record because it's a failed record, Joe Biden on that stage said, hey, just please vote. So I'll repeat what Joe said. Please vote.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Pence, President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If Vice President Biden is declared the winner and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what would be your role and responsibility as Vice President? What would you personally do? You have 2 minutes.
Well, Susan, first and foremost, I think we're going to win this election. Because while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris rattle off a long litany of the establishment in Washington, D.C., an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for 47 years, President Donald Trump has launched a movement of everyday Americans from every walk of life. And I have every confidence that those same Americans that delivered that historic victory in 2016, they see this president's record where we rebuild our military, we revived our economy through tax cuts and rolling back regulation, fighting for fair trade, unleashing American energy. We appointed conservatives to our federal courts at every level. And we stood with the men and women of law enforcement every single day. And I think that movement of Americans has only grown stronger in the last 4 years. But when you talk about accepting the outcome of the election, I must tell you, Senator, your party has spent the last 3.5 years trying to overturn the results of the last election. It's amazing. When Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, the FBI actually spied on President Trump and my campaign. I mean, there were documents released this week that the CIA actually made a referral to the FBI documenting that those allegations were coming from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, we've all seen the avalanche, what you put the country through for the better part of 3 years until it was found that there was no obstruction, no collusion, case closed. And then Senator Harris, you and your colleagues in the Congress tried to impeach the President of the United States over a phone call. And now Hillary Clinton has actually said to Joe Biden that in her words, under no circumstances should he concede the election. So let me just say, I think we're going to win this election. President Trump and I are fighting every day in courthouses to prevent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris from changing the rules and creating this universal mail-in voting that will create a massive opportunity for voter fraud. And we have a free and fair election. We know we're going to have confidence in it. And I believe in all my heart that President Donald Trump's going to be reelected for 4 more years.
You know, I've written all the questions that I've asked tonight, but for the final question of the debate, I'd like to read a question that someone else wrote. The Utah Debate Commission asked students in the state to write essays about what they would like to ask you. And I want to close tonight's debate with the question posed by Brecklin Brown. She's an 8th grader at Springville Junior High in Springville, Utah. And here's what she wrote, quote, "When I watch the news, all I see is arguing between Democrats and Republicans. When I watch the news, all I see is citizen fighting against citizen. When I watch the news, all I see are 2 candidates from opposing parties trying to tear each other down. If our leaders can't get along, how are the citizens supposed to get along?" And then she added, "Your examples could make all the difference to bring us together," end quote. So to each of you in turn, I'd like you to take 1 minute and respond to Brecklin. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute.
Brecklin, it's a wonderful question. And let me just commend you for taking an interest in public life. I started following the news when I was very young. And in America, we believe in a free and open exchange of debate. And we celebrate that. And it's how we've created literally the freest and most prosperous nation in the history of the world. But I would tell you that don't assume that what you're seeing on your local news networks is synonymous with the American people. You know, I look at the relationship between Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late justice who we just lost from the Supreme Court, and the late Justice Antonin Scalia. They were on polar opposites on the Supreme Court of the United States, one very liberal, one very conservative. But what's been learned since her passing was the 2 of them and their families were the very closest of friends. I mean, here in America, we can disagree. We can debate vigorously, as Senator Harris and I have on this stage tonight. But when the debate is over, we come together as Americans. And that's what people do in big cities and small towns all across this country. So I just want to encourage you, Brecklin. I want to tell you that we're going to work every day to have government as good as our people. And the American people each and every day love a good debate. We love a good argument. But we always come together and are always there for one another.
Thank you,
in
Vice
times of
President.
need. And we've especially learned that
Thank you,
through
Mr.
the
Vice President.
difficulties of this year.
Senator Harris, what would you say to Brecklin?
First of all, I love hearing from our young leaders. And when I hear her words, when I hear your words, Brecklin, I know our future is bright because it is that perspective on who we are and who we should be that is a sign of leadership and is something we should all aspire to be. And that, that brings me to Joe. Joe Biden, one of the reasons that Joe decided to run for president is after Charlottesville, which we talked about earlier. It so troubled him and upset him, like it did all of us, that there was that kind of hate and division. What propelled Joe to run for president was to see that over the course of the last 4 years, what Brecklin described has been happening. Joe has a long-standing reputation of working across the aisle and working in a bipartisan way. And that's what he's going to do as president. Joe Biden has a history of lifting people up and fighting for their dignity. You have to know Joe's story to know that Joe has known pain, he has known suffering, and he has known love. And so, Brecklin, when you think about the future, I do believe the future is bright. And it will be because of your leadership, and it will be because we fight for each person's voice through their vote, and we get engaged in this election because you have the ability through your work and through, eventually, your vote
Thank you,
to
Senator
determine
Harris.
the future of our country and what its leadership looks like.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Thank you, Vice President Pence. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. We want to thank also the University of Utah for its hospitality, and most of all, our thanks to all the Americans who watched this debate tonight. Again, our best wishes for a quick recovery to President Trump, the First Lady, and everyone who is battling COVID-19. The second presidential debate is next week on October 15th, a town hall-style debate in Miami. We hope you'll join us then. Good evening.
Alright, guys, that's enough of that. I guess there's some pretty decent action going on. Or something. Let me check here. See what's going on here. As soon as this little ad's over with, we'll see what's on the riot feed. Wisconsin seemed to be active, from what I saw. I think it was Wisconsin. Let me check. Yeah, busting out windows of private homes. And, however the heck you say it. That Wisconsin. So let me see if I can find something decent, and we'll go from there. Well, if I can get this website to load. There we go. Let's see. We got a few live feeds to choose from. Not a lot. Looks like about 9 feeds altogether. If they're all active, that is. And my luck, half of them probably aren't. Alright, we got a Utah feed. We got a few that we can work with. Trying to see what's what here before I throw something up on the screen here. Yeah, something about cop not charged in a killing of Alvin Cole. Not Alvin and the Chipmunks, but Alvin Cole. Yeah, they all chanting and, you know, same old stuff. I'm not seeing a whole lot of action. We'll check out Utah here. That's where the debates was. See what we got here. They still chimping Floyd, you know, whatever. So we'll see what happens here for a minute. Yeah, don't forget them. Simon, Theodore, Doot. Hey, the Chipmunks were cool, though. I remember that cartoon.
Fuck. This thing's fucking spazzing out. I don't know. It's having a spaz attack. I figured it out. Yeah, he knocked the whole thing out. Dude, I almost threw him through. I had to stop because I realized I was hot.
There was them girl chipmunks too. What the Chipettes? I don't remember their names, but I remember they was on a cartoon too. Man, there used to be good shows on TV. You know, it's like, and I might have said this before, but I saw a comment the other day, and it made a lot of sense. It said back when a lot of us was kids, we had, what, 3 or 4 TV channels? And there was always good entertainment. Now you got 300 or 400 channels, and there's nothing to watch.
Oh, dude, that's right. Holy crap, man. What's that I've been hearing the longest? The longest.
But I thought something was going to kick off here, but I don't know. You never know.
Alright, it's back. It's good. I'm not going to put it back on until you get the fuck there.
They're heading there, so we'll wait and see.
That's fine. I already saw him moving.
Yeah, that too, electric. Yeah.
Head on the swivel.
Yeah, autocorrect sucks. I shut it off on my phone. I always do. I don't know if you can do that on all phones, but Android you can. I like the suggested word feature, but not where it puts it in by itself.
Most don't know that. I mean, they don't remember. I mean, yeah, man. It's kids, man. It's fucking kids, bro.
Hey, at least they're getting exercise. I mean, there is that.
Oh, okay. Let's get out of the
Hey, take it easy there, Brian. And appreciate all the support. It really helps.
I don't think it'll do it. The group's too small.
But yeah, if anybody can help out the channel tonight, I would really appreciate it. I'm in kind of a rough spot at the moment, so if you can help me out, thanks.
The extra handle attachment for that extra whip action. That extra whip action.
I don't get it, like the press. What makes them think they're press? I mean, you get places like Fox News, CNN, even though CNN sucks, but regardless. MSNBC, all that. They're legitimate press. Like registered legal press. Whether you agree with them or not, that's here nor there. These idiots here ain't nothing but some dork with a phone. That ain't press. They got no more right of anything. Not one little thing. They used some of mommy and daddy's money and went and bought them a new iPhone or Android or whatever. And they're going to run around and film it for our enjoyment with a little Velcro patch that says press. That don't mean nothing.
We don't trust those, do they?
And then they think, well, we should have immunity. We shouldn't be like told to leave and go home and be banished back to the basement and all that. We're just non-biased observers.
I'll put the phone back on the gimbal.
And that's a crock too, because if you hear them long enough, they always take a side.
Stop walking so I can look around. That kid comes in my wheelhouse again, though, man. I'm telling you.
Man,
It's over with.
like, I'm gonna mute this for a second, but
Hey, how you doing?
I got to thinking about this whole election crap, and you can really tell that Biden can't remember anything for more than a couple minutes. And his supporters is the same way. It's obvious they can't remember anything. Look at the debate tonight with old Heels Up Harris there. She repeated herself over and over and over. Same stuff. Even that idiot Susan moderator said the same thing. Well, you already said that earlier. And then when they holler at Trump, what do they want? Him to repeat the same thing over and over and over. White supremacy, this, that, and the other. It's all about repeating it. Because they're too stupid and don't have the mental capacity to remember it the first 900 times they were told. So, I think the reason they don't see anything wrong with Biden, they all have the same mental capacity. A drunk's not likely to call out another drunk at the bar because they're in the same situation. Or whatever group you want to compare. It doesn't matter. So I think that's why they like him and don't see anything wrong with him, because they're the same way. There's a little indoctrination going, but in reality, they've all got the Biden, dementia thing. Well, I hate even using that word, because I know people that have really had that, and that's a horrible thing to go through. So, my apologies on that. But you know what I mean. He doesn't have the mental capacity to tie his shoes. And neither does his supporters. So, it's obvious they're not going to see anything wrong. Makes sense to me.
He's got his bunch of pepper balls. So the police is now on the rooftop at the 5th precinct. One item was thrown. Fuck, I can't get my gimbal going. See the fire truck? They use those. God, this fucking
You know, yeah, when you're the same thing, you're not going to recognize it because you'd be calling out yourself. You know, look at all them pedophiles that like that movie, that cutie thing that was on Netflix, you know. They don't see anything wrong with it because it's what they are. You know, there's a million scenarios, but...
Have we run out of battery too? I hear police sirens.
It's... I don't know. It's obvious. But it's still amazing how many people don't believe any of this stuff is really going on. That there are no riots, everything's fine, and this, that, and the other. When we all know better. We've seen it on here night after night after night.
It's going to be tense because...
Oh, there it goes. And it just died. This fucking thing. This thing fucking just goes to them.
People, I just don't know.
It's kind of nice to use it as a
They they get weirder and weirder.
See, this is really interesting about position because I know how badly that guy on the roof wants to disperse everyone.
It is mind control. It's like The Walking Dead. You know, they're mindless zombies. And how many times have they been, you know, one or two of them picked off by themselves, and they have no clue why they're even there. It's all, oh, somebody down the road, you know, gave me a sign and told me to hold it. Definitely, electric, definitely. You know, and I'm seeing a lot of people wishing the end would happen. Because, and I can understand the mindset. If the end does happen, then, hey, thanks for the donation. But, you know, if the end happens, like soon, then that would mean this is as bad as it's going to get. So people have that mindset. If the end is still a ways off, that means it's got to get a whole lot worse. So there's different ways, you know, to look at it. I did learn some interesting stuff, though, in this class I just took. It was an earth science class, but it was biblical based. And it was really interesting stuff I had just never sat down and thought about. That the earth is only about 6,000 years old. That's interesting. Now, I'm not no flat earth nut. Don't even, like, go there. Them people are weird. But it really explained a lot. Of how, you know, the earth, the universe, and all that's not as old as a lot of people think. And it gave reasons to back everything up, but it was interesting. And one thing I learned today, well, yesterday, which isn't a big deal, but it was just interesting. We were the last week of class, which actually started Tuesday, and I'm done with it. But it was on outer space. And something I didn't know was the constellation Orion, which most people are familiar with. Well, beside it's a cluster of stars called, I think it's Pleiades, or however you pronounce it. Well, that's cluster of stars is what's represented in the Subaru car logo. Because in Japanese, Subaru means Pleiades. It's named after the cluster of stars. I never paid attention to their logo before, so I had no idea. But it was neat, though. It means 7 sisters or something. Yeah, anything over about 50,000 years old, you can't carbon date anyway. Yeah, so you can't. And a diamond, yeah, they got no idea. You know, nothing's that old, 13 billion years and all that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of flaws in carbon dating. We learned about that stuff too. I don't know, Subaru, they're very highly rated. I know that. Maybe not every model, but a lot of them are. I'll show some pictures that I took the other day. Give me a second here. A lot of you might have saw the video I made a few days ago, but there's a picture I took the other night of the moon. Let's see here. I took a bunch of them. Let me find a good one and zoom in. You can really zoom in on the moon, so. Turned out pretty good. I tried to get pictures of Mars, but it was always blurry. So I couldn't get it to work. And then got a new picture back of my dad's truck. I think I've got it posted here somewhere. Yeah, I think it turned out really good. I'll show it real quick. That's my dad's Colorado. Yeah, Subaru has really good resale. I don't know how much they are to work on, though. It could be a pain as far as that goes. I don't know. But yeah, I think Dad's truck's looking pretty good. It goes in for paint, though, next week. But yeah, it's coming along. 2011 Colorado. I'll have to get a picture of the back mural again so I can show that off. But yeah, like I say, next Tuesday it goes in for paint. Hopefully that don't take real long. Not a full paint job, but get all the rock chips and nicks and, yeah, it's 4-cylinder. And get all that body work done and then paint the door handles and tailgate handle black. Get them blacked out. The 2020 Colorado is the worst rated vehicle on the road, though. I joined a Facebook group that's Colorado owners, and they have nothing but problems. Breaking down on test drives, all kinds of mess. And a lot of the problems are not even covered under warranty. I found out that's a loophole that car companies are using. You can control everything, even the diagnostics, through the radio and the entertainment system or whatever they call it. Well, since that's electrical, that's not covered under your warranty. So if something goes out, they blame it on that, and then you're screwed. Now, if your state's got a lemon law, you might be all right, but not all states have that. But the older Colorados, before they changed the body style, like Dad's, they're nice. But yeah, those new rims and tires look pretty good. The black rims. They haven't been on there very long. Just a few weeks. But yeah, for a 4-cylinder and everything, they got plenty of power. I think it'll look good, though, with the blacked out door handles. And then, I don't know if they showed too well in the picture, but it's got the racing stripes that go all the way, across the hood, down the tailgate, and on top. And they're actually painted on. Dad tried the vinyl ones, and they wore out really fast. So he's like, the heck with this, and he just had them painted. Then he painted the grill himself. Got to touch it up and get some better clear coat, though. And something I'm going to make, I keep putting it off, and I'm going to probably do it tomorrow. But if you got any 9mm casings, just the brass. I saw this on YouTube. The channel's Kip K. He does a lot of, household hacks. He used to build a lot of cool stuff. Anyway, he showed if you take the valve stem cover off your tire, just the regular cheap, plastic ones, they fit perfectly in a 9mm case. So I ordered some on Amazon, and you just put a bunch of hot glue into the casing, shove the valve stem cover into it, and let it dry, and you instantly made a cheap, nice set of valve stem covers that are like $10 to $15 for plastic ones at AutoZone. This way you can make it yourself. Cheap. So I want to make up a set of those. And they're cheap enough to make that if, you take your car in for oil change or something and somebody steals them, which can happen, you're not really out much. I think I got 40 of the plastic ones for like $3, something like that. They're real cheap.
This is Minneapolis, Minnesota. The current time is 10 o'clock p.m. We're looking at the 5th Precinct. Minneapolis Police Department, 5th Precinct.
See what else I can run across here.
To give context,
There's a little bit of looting going on in Wisconsin, but no good feeds of it.
the 3rd Precinct wasn't completely burned down, but on the inside, they can't use it anymore. So this precinct is the 5th. And then there's the 4th precinct to the north side. So we've been to different precincts.
Yeah, the aerial feed is what was on Woke.
Yep.
Yeah, Woke's like the #1 thing right now. Has been for a while. That's how I know what feeds are live. I got a auto-updated spreadsheet that tells me all that stuff. Who's live, where, and all that. But yeah, Woke is like the biggest thing out there. Got a good setup though, I'll say that, whoever it is doing it.
Just trying to eat quick. We're at 387, okay? We passed the like goal. Let's get up to 500. 500 likes. Hit the like button if you haven't, if you're just joining us.
But yeah, if anybody else wants to help me out, it would be really appreciated. You can use the PayPal link or the Streamlabs link. If you use the Streamlabs link, it'll say your message out on the screen. At least it should.
Nope. I'm actually from the east side of St. Paul, but I live in Fridley. It's about 15 minutes north of where I'm standing right now. So I live 15 minutes away from it.
But we'll see. Still early.
From Minnesota. Born and raised.
What's everybody's opinion? How you think the winter is going to affect all of this?
The super chat.
You know, it's going to get cold pretty quick, so that might put a damper on a lot of these people. I think you might get a few diehards that might try to stick it out for a little bit, but when you get some of these areas that get, 10, 15, 20 below zero, they ain't going to be out there. If they do, they'll have to start a whole lot more fires. Try to stay warm. So everybody looks like they're just standing around right now for some reason. Waiting on word from the higher-ups, I guess. I'll see what's on the old Woke feed real quick. I think I still got it pulled up. I always get an ad. See what happens here. If there's anything on Woke or go back to the other. Dang, enough ads. Jeez. Yeah, looks like about the same. Not a whole lot really going on. But we'll leave it here for now, and I can always bounce around.
It's the second protest I've been to with a major decision. I was there with Jacob Blake. Got shot in the back 7 times by a Kenosha police officer. And I was here when the district attorney, John Chisholm, decided not to press charges on Wauwatosa police officer Joseph Menzer. And both times, I could tell you, both times, the opportunists that come from out of town and do this stuff, y'all, you know what I'm saying? I could show y'all feet, but that's about it. Can't show nothing else. But yeah. Peter, that sucks, man. That sucks. I'm in the front, and everybody in the front, we all, you know what I'm saying? I didn't see none of that. Megan, we wasn't even at Speedway. We wasn't even at Speedway. There's people out here taking opportunities on us, man. People out here taking opportunities on us. It wasn't us. It wasn't us. I don't see no violence of any sort. I'm standing on that. Not the helicopter following us. Yeah, the news don't even got the facts right. That ain't us. We out there peacefully protesting. Peacefully protesting. Yeah, the media should march with us. That's what I'm saying, Candy. The media should march with us. Because look, you got actual media right here. For all of y'all in this group, y'all got actual media right here. And y'all seeing what's going down. Nothing, no damage of property. Who been damaged? Whose property's been damaged? Who's been hurt? The only people hurt is like 100 people that got tear gas, and the hundreds of people in the houses in the neighborhood that tear gas. Those are the people that got hurt. Other than that, we ain't hurting nobody. Brooklyn inboxed me. Yeah, the helicopter's in the air. I can't say that. That is a helicopter. You can't see it on my live, but there's definitely a helicopter in the air. I knew Walters was gonna try and do that to us. See, Thomas, that's the type of challenges we go through. I bet the news is following us. They need to show the group. Because this group of about 100 people ain't doing nothing unpeaceful. Everything is peaceful, and I attest to it. That's why I'm out here, man. I'm telling you, I promise all of y'all, I would not be out here. I would not be out here if it was anything violent, if it was anything crazy going on. I wouldn't be out here. peacefully protest. Helicopters definitely following us. Yeah, kid, the police watching every move. Okay, Thomas said I'm in the news is this helicopter. The news is the helicopter. We out here peacefully protesting, man. I don't care. I'm gonna stand and I'm gonna defend it until I die. News is peaceful.
Oh, this vest is killing me, man. My shoulders.
Yeah, man. I had to take my backpack. That's why I took my backpack off. You should take your backpack off for a little bit.
Should, yeah.
It would help. Like, you'll feel instant relief. It's not the vest, it's the backpack. Trust me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the backpack, man. The vest, it becomes a part of you eventually. It just kind of becomes an attachment to your body. Trust me.
So they're all
That's
up
the
there
bag.
just arguing with each other.
That's what they're doing. That's why I didn't go. I mean, that's the other reason too. I told my audience I'm just gonna stay here.
Yeah.
I didn't see anyone else. The cameras over there, anyways, and I don't want to have my phone knocked out of my hand again.
Hi.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm listening to you.
Oh, perfect. How you doing?
Yeah, I did bring you guys one water.
Okay,
I
yes.
live 2 blocks away.
Hell yes.
So I like
Oh, hell yeah. Shit. Hell yeah. Word. Got some water delivered.
What else do you guys need?
Shit. I think that'd probably be it. Just water. I don't really need.
Large size
I
pizza.
apologize.
That's fine. Oh, no worries at all. Thank you so much.
Strawberry, strawberry bubbly water and a regular water.
Which one do you like? Do you like
No,
strawberry?
You get both.
I get them both?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Look at that. Heck yeah.
That's what's up.
That's what's up. Thank you so much.
no problem.
Thank you so much.
Nice
Nice to meet you. Thank you. You want one?
Doesn't matter which one you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take this one. The strawberry bubbly. I'm not a big bubbly person at this point. Fuck it. I love flavored water though. Flavored water is. You never had canned water? Oh, the strawberry one's actually not bad. I like. Oh, strawberry one's good. Strawberry slaps. Is that a? I think that's a Public Works. You like the grapefruit bubbly. So there's a police there. I don't know, what is that up there, dude? What's that? What's that? What is that?
I've never seen that.
What is? Oh, is that? It's gonna be floodlights. They're gonna floodlight the intersection. Watch. Those are floodlights. They're gonna turn lights on. Yep. Who's right? Yep. Now that they do know, you know why they do that, right? Oh. What is that? What is it? Oh, I get some picture. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Hey, don't. Hey, just be careful. Like, what can I? That's how it starts, dude. Fuck. Sorry. I know, but just do it somewhere else. Dude, they always do it next to the ones with the cameras, dude. We get fucked up. Object was thrown. But they know they put the lights up there so that way when they flash the lights up there, you can't see. No, that you can't see when they put. Yeah, they can't see them. So we got a developing situation now down here. I don't know what that was. LaCroix? LaCroix tastes like when your arm falls asleep. In the right spot. She told him, she's like, I don't want to see that light anymore. She told him, right? She told him, like, I don't want to see that light no more. Southside community will tell you what's up. What they'll tell you. Of course. Okay.
Hi, Joe, I love you.
Hi. She says, hey, Joe. This is downtown Kid Drift. This is the 5th Precinct. Minneapolis Police Department, 5th Precinct. We're in the intersection here. Where it looks like, I mean, shit's developing over here, but I'll put my mask on in a sec. It's in the bag. Just kind of drinking my bubbly really quick. God damn it. Oh, fuck me. Hey, shit. Anyways, as I was saying, woo! All right, get my fucking shit going here. These, holy fuck. All right, I'm taking down. I'm getting down. I'm getting down. Help. All right. Fucker. Yeah, that was crazy. I know. Yeah.
No justice, no peace. Fuck these racist ass police.
I wonder why tear gas comes out. Or are you? I mean, are you talking to me, or are you talking to the people? Because they can't hear what you guys say. I mean, you can talk to me, but if you have anything to say to the people on the screen, I promise, unless they watch later. Nah, I'm getting my fucking. That scared the. I saw it in his hand, but shit, dude. No, nothing back to that one though. But I'm for sure getting my mask out now at this point because they're not gonna.
Man, you know, as scared as a lot of them get over fireworks, which they can be dangerous, don't get me wrong, but they would never handle an actual shooting war if they're terrified over a firework. You know, there's a lot of talk still going around about Civil War, Boogaloo, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. It's still possible.
Alright, I gotta get my shit situated here in case that shit happens again. It's kind of getting a little chilly out here now. Jacket's going on. It's getting chilly.
Now, the people we see on the streams, they're nothing to worry about, you know. I think we're all well aware of that. Yes, they look like a kind of a force to be reckoned with at times, but that's just because they're left to go unchecked. The first pushback and they're gone. But it's the groups behind it, you know, pulling the strings that you don't see. That's the ones you need to worry a little more about. And I think everybody needs to have a prepper's mindset now. Not because of these idiots necessarily, but who knows how these states and government people is going to act.
So it's planted.
You know, I could see another shutdown coming from this China virus. Maybe not everywhere, but in a lot of areas.
Anybody got a cigarette?
For many reasons.
There's a little bit of delay.
But there's enough hate for Trump out there to
Where you saw it on stream?
make him want to do all of this, so
The crowd is growing. It's definitely growing since
really need to
walked down here, but
be prepared to take care of yourself and your family. And don't depend on anyone else for your, you know, ultimate survival. You know, don't get that mindset of, Well, I don't need to prep because my neighbor's a prepper. That kind of crap. Winter's going to be rough, I think, for just about everybody. Well, yeah, an average grocery store, and I've seen this mentioned many times, like a Walmart or Kroger or, a typical grocery store, has enough stuff on the shelves to last an average of 3 days. And that's normal buying conditions, 3 days.
Yeah. If you see a suspect picture too, that looks. Someone just said that someone has swastikas on their picture. Go ahead, ban. Insta ban. No questions asked.
So, and not just the fragility of the commodity system, but it shows how much people are willing to give up and not even question. When some talking head says do this, they act. It's like, puppets. So, there's a lot of stuff that can still happen. We're far from over with this stuff. The actual virus itself is kind of the least of the worry. And I said that from the beginning. It's people and government reaction that makes it way worse. But yeah, on just normal buying conditions, 3 days is all a store's got. That's why they have to stock, daily.
You know what, Big Mata? You never have somebody like Pence.
And, something else I've thought of. Who's to say that you get some big CEO of, a food company, ABC Foods or whoever, that hates Trump? Well, he could easily stop or severely limit the amount of food that gets into areas that support Trump. If you got a huge, Trump supporting area, and he's some liberal that produces the food, well, one of two things can happen. He can stop a lot of the food from coming to your area, or allow the food to have something like salmonella or some of the other food contaminants, diseases, whatever that we hear about. I don't think all of those are just because some Mexican took a leak on the lettuce. I don't think it's quite that simple all the time. I mean, it's possible, but I think there's a lot more to it. Because you look at the areas where that stuff typically hits and you see patterns.
Hey, you ready? Are you ready? Are you scared?
So, yeah, there's a lot of things that can definitely be a problem.
Sounds good. I'm coming, Kenny.
Next year, I'll definitely have me a pressure cooker. And I'm going to do a lot more canning.
A little bit. We have definitely have an interaction happening, though. Get the fuck in there.
I couldn't do a whole lot of canning this year because I didn't have all the right equipment, but next year I'll be more prepared. I'll admit I was a little late to that game.
So like that. So see this? Watch this now. This is when I picked it up. This is when I picked the barrier up. So that way no one would get hurt with it. Everybody. I picked the barrier up like that. On the Marshall Avenue Bridge. People are bailing. They're out.
And people don't even realize where their food comes from in a lot of cases.
So here comes the police. You can see the police moving up. There they come. They're moving up right
And I don't understand this at all. Maybe vegetarians are just whacked in the head, I don't know. But I read an article not long ago that said that there was a problem with a lot of restaurants nationwide, coast to coast, where vegans have sued restaurants. I don't know if they've won, but they've sued and made a big fuss because chicken parmesan. They do not realize that the chicken is an actual chicken, a bird, an animal. They have no clue. How can you not know that? It's right in the name. Chicken parmesan. They have no idea, and then they find out because somebody was referenced in the article, said, yeah, I went to my favorite restaurant for 20 some years and I always order that, and I had no idea that it had animal in it. Well, tell your cat the chat said hi. But how can you not know? I mean, there's a lot of foods out there that you may not know every ingredient. I get it. But when it's the first word in the dish, well, it should be pretty obvious, I would think. But I don't know. I just don't get it. Yeah, I was too there, Martin. 0 plus. I was waiting on the next character to see what it was going to be. Yeah, I saw that too, B. Yeah. I don't know if he won or not, but I know in my state anyway, Ohio, you can sue for anything as long as the damages is $20 or more. Problem people are having here, though, and I don't know anybody that it's affected yet, but there's good chances of it. If you catch the corona thing, the kung flu, and you have it, and you have symptoms, you're sick, the whole deal, businesses are saying you still have to go to work. You cannot stay home or you're fired. Because our wonderful governor signed business immunity that, you can't sue them or anything over this virus. So basically, whatever they tell you, you got to do it or you don't have a job. So that's pretty screwed up. But something I didn't know, maybe some of you did, but I had no idea till Mom was telling me this today. If you're tested positive for the virus, so you got it, they cannot retest you for 80 days. If you're tested anywhere within that 80-day period, it'll always show a false positive. So you gotta wait 80 days. But if you've got X amount of days with no symptoms, then they let you go back to work. In Mom's case, is 3 days. But I didn't know about the 80-day thing. That's something I had never heard. Boy, that barricade's got more action tonight than anybody. Be nice. They won't use live ammo, but, Hey, it's getting close to Christmas. Can we say, Dear Santa, let them use some live ammo? My dog and cat don't pay much attention to each other, really. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter earlier, Wolf. Wasn't going on right at the moment, but it was earlier. When are these people going to realize dispersal orders are useless? I guess it's just protocol, but they don't work. It's like telling your kid, you better stop, don't make me count to 10. Oh, it's serious now. They got the umbrellas out. Oh, man. It is on like Donkey Kong when they get them umbrellas out. Hey, that's a nice rifle. That's got a suppressor on it. Dang. That looked like a real deal rifle. Not no rubber bullet or anything. I mean, it might be, but looks pretty cool. I'll take it after he's done with it. I mean, it could happen like somebody, quote unquote, accidentally mixed some live ammo in with the, you know, the less than lethal stuff. Oh, moving the fence again.
So they marched up to, they're parallel now on Nicollet Avenue and East 31st Street.
Moving the goal line, as they say.
So we're on Nicollet Avenue and East 31st Street now. There they go, so the police are now starting. I think they just
leave the area. Go home.
So we're joined by the Sheriff's Department. It looks like the State Patrol, and there's some of the sheriffs, there's National Guard. Only a couple National Guard soldiers from what I see.
Yeah, I wonder if his gun's even loaded. I mean, it might be, but can't always tell.
This unicorn, right?
Continue south on Nicollet. Leave the area.
Oh, there's that.
Yeah, first and 10.
Everybody's favorite nice in the LRAD. Long range acoustic device is on top of
Yeah, long range acoustic device. Yeah, LRAD. Yeah, this is the Minnesota State Police. You are all queer. Go home. Oh, wait, you can't say that now, I guess. I'll turn the audio back up and see what's going on.
Alright, here they go. So now they're gonna form online with this group, so let's get a little bit ahead of the police here. Let's not get hit if we don't have to. I'm not gonna get hit by anything unless I have to. But so they're online now. They've established
All right, so
This is the Minnesota State Patrol. You are now all under arrest. Please sit on the pavement. Take a seat on the pavement. Do it now.
so now they're under arrest. We'll see what happens. See what happens here with this group. The group is pushing up towards them now.
People, you guys are under arrest.
You too? No credentials for press.
Get out of the line.
All right, sounds good.
Right now.
Sounds good, yes, sir. Hey, is Kenny out of there? Hey, Kenny! Hey, Nico! We gotta get out of there, otherwise we're gonna get arrested too. The people are getting arrested right now.
Way, they've been ambushed by Minneapolis police who are arresting the protesters who are out here.
Get on the ground! You're all under arrest. Get on the ground right now.
And so the State Patrol, the conservation officers, DNR, started towards the left of us, right in front of the 5th Precinct, and they demanded that protesters move south down Nicollet.
Lay down on the ground. You are under arrest.
Protesters
Lay down on the ground. Do it now.
Protesters complied.
Trapped us in. How are we supposed to leave? You're under arrest.
We're pressed. We're pressed.
You're under arrest.
We're pressed.
You're all under arrest.
We're pressed. So now we're being threatened that we're going to be arrested. Protesters complied. Protesters listened as officers requested them to retreat south on Nicollet. Protesters complied with the demands. They retreated south without incident. And as they retreated south, now they're being threatened that they're going to be arrested. And we are also being threatened that we're going to be arrested. So we're live streaming here in Minneapolis. If you're just tuning in, the 5th Precinct, State Patrol is moving in. They asked that protesters retreat. It looks like now State Patrol is coming to communicate with some of the organizers who are here.
But at this point, we just need you to comply. Okay. So if you just want to sit down on the ground for now, and we'll get it all sorted out.
But this group of officers by prevention number.
Yep, understood. So we'll make the phone calls that are necessary there, up through Minneapolis chain of command there.
Yep, that's fine.
But for the time being, just so we can ensure
So
a
we sit on
safe.
the sidewalk right here on the curb?
Actually, if you just want to sit right on the side.
We'll do that.
So it sounds like State Patrol has committed to.
Captain?
We're trying to hear from Captain, but he
Captain,
is.
we're pressed. Lieutenant?
This is the Minnesota State Patrol, and you're in violation of Minnesota Statute 169.
So the community outreach folks who are out here were they were told that if they sat down, that State Patrol would make whatever calls through the chain of command to Minneapolis Police Department to ensure that there potentially will not be any arrests, is kind of what it sounded like. And so he said if everybody just complies, that they will go through the proper chain of commands to get everything straightened out, but that everybody needed to sit down and comply with the demands that they were issuing over their loudspeaker. And so what we are seeing is that the majority of the peaceful protesters are complying, but we do see more than a dozen individuals who have been handcuffed at this point. and are continuing to be handcuffed. And we were also threatened by one of the Minneapolis Police Department officers that we would be arrested as well. And so based on what we just learned from the State Patrol captain, we will kind of wait it out and see what happens here at the Minneapolis 5th Precinct. So as you can see here, dozens of individuals have laid down and complied with demands, but we do see it looks like a few folks have been handcuffed. Not 100% sure if they're handcuffed or if it's the plastic ties that have been, yeah, it's the plastic ties that they're putting around their wrists. So as you can see right here, this officer is putting a plastic tie around this young lady's hand. She's laying flat on the pavement with her face down. The protesters here are being told to be down on their stomach, hands behind their back. They're under arrest. We see more than a dozen, what looks like, can't tell if they're State Patrol. They're moving in.
Those are State Patrol.
Yep, State Patrol is moving in. More than a dozen. So we're seeing more plastic wraps being distributed. Individuals are being told that they're going to be arrested. So we're seeing more plastic cuffs being distributed at this time. About a dozen people. Sir? Excuse me, officer. So to the right, it almost, from what I've observed, there were some plastic cuffs that were brought this way. And those plastic cuffs are actually in the hands of this officer here who is talking to State Patrol. And so my guess would be that those plastic cuffs were brought over here for this row of individuals who was told by the captain of State Patrol that they had nothing to worry about if they complied. We've witnessed them comply. And so this officer has told everybody to stay quiet and get on the sidewalk, and they're continuing to comply. And so what we're seeing in the front is one of the Minneapolis police officers talk to the National Guard, and it looks like they're giving the community outreach folks the right to leave. Now over here behind us, we're seeing more individuals, more protesters be cuffed.
Sit down.
Right
Sit
here?
down.
Right
Sit
here?
down. Right there. Sit down. Sit down.
Officer, we're
Sit
pressed.
down.
Can we move around? We haven't been able to
Sit
talk to
down.
somebody.
Sit down. Sit down.
So we're asking for some type of guidance or permission on the rights that we have to move around in this space right now. But every time that Nico, who's behind the camera, or myself has tried to talk to an officer, they've kind of shooed us away and no one has really addressed us. We were threatened about 10 minutes ago. One of the Minneapolis police officers told us that we needed to get down and that we were under arrest, despite the fact of him knowing and seeing that we're live streaming and Nico showing his press credentials. So we'll just kind of wait and see. But we did see more than a dozen community outreach folks who were organized in orange shirts that were getting.
They fired the tear gas again. Y'all see, we ain't do nothing. We ain't do nothing. They fired the tear gas, y'all. The tear gas in neighborhoods. Y'all see that? For yourself. Y'all see that for yourself. They tear gas in these neighborhoods. Tear gas in the neighborhoods. No warning. Tear gas in the neighborhoods. Tear gas. If this tear gas is y'all, we ain't do nothing. They didn't give us a warning. Tear gas us again for the second time. Second time getting tear gas tonight. The tear gas of people's homes. The tear gas in people's homes. These are residents out here, man. They tear gassing us, dog. Y'all see this? Y'all see what happened? Again, not doing nothing. Didn't even get a chance to get close to him. I gotta back up to the tear gas getting to me. No warning was given. I want y'all to note that. No warning was given. They hit us all with tear gas. Hit us all with tear gas.
They got tear gas all over there.
Tear gas all in the street. Hey Nick, hold on. All right, Nick, I got something for you. They shooting rubber bullets at us, y'all, and some hit the tree. But Nick, I have to block Nick from my live now. I know how to do it. Oh, they're shooting tear gas closer. Y'all see that? Look, closer. They shot more people with rubber bullets. More people are getting hurt, and more people are getting gassed. You all good? You good? Cool. Y'all good? Y'all good? Y'all good? Tear gas for the second time. And they tear gas in the neighborhoods.
Y'all wake up in this motherfucker. They throwing tear gas in y'all neighborhood.
Wake up, Tulsa! 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 They tear gas in your own neighborhood. Your own department is tear gas in its own residents. Unbelievable!
It's unbelievable.
Tear gas, second time tonight. Yeah, take notes. Take notes. Tear gas, the weapon of war, man. Y'all saw what they did. They tear gas, we ain't even do nothing. For real. Y'all keep watching. Second time.
Why are you in riot here? We don't see no riot here.
Tulsa. We in Tulsa right now. Thank y'all saved this video.
Make sure to show no one's face.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yo, this is somebody else on another account. This account isn't related to the name that's posting this right now.
You guys are down there. They're following us.
Yep, they're following us, y'all. Y'all, they're following us. They're following us, y'all. Just want y'all to note that. They're following us. Second time, y'all note that. Second time tonight, we got hit with the tear gas. And y'all see for yourself, we wasn't doing nothing. We wasn't doing nothing at all. Y'all see we wasn't doing nothing at all. Police are terrorizing us.
Wake up, Tulsa! 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 Wake up, Tulsa!
Police are bro, I'm telling y'all, we wasn't doing nothing. The police are instigating and they're tear gassing us for no reason. Tear gassing us for no reason. Tear gassing us. Share this video. Share the video, man. They're tear gassing us for no reason. Y'all see firsthand. They're shooting people with rubber bullets. They're shooting people with rubber bullets, y'all. Idea. Y'all pray for us. All I can show y'all is the feet right now. That's all I can show y'all. I can show y'all the feet and I can show y'all police interactions. That's all I can show you. Ty inbox me. Can't say it on live. We're in Wauwatosa. I can't say that. But there's another group out there too. There's another group out there. There's a couple groups out there, man. There's another group that's out there destroying shit. There's another group out here destroying stuff.
Watch out, Monty, watch out. Yeah, we gonna have to. And then come around. You good, you got it, you got it.
All right, y'all. Tanya, I'm here to protect the people out here and to protect the protesters. So I will only show feet and I will only show police interactions. Because I'm not worried about myself because I've been peacefully protesting, so has everyone out here. I haven't done nothing. I haven't done anything to incriminate myself. And I have great lawyer friends who have my back.
After complying with demands for over 10 minutes, they were ambushed from behind by the Minneapolis Police Department, who then started arresting the protesters. And so to kind of see this whole thing unfold is really mind-boggling. You know, when we cover these types of things, this is definitely not how you want to see them turn out, especially when you're witnessing protesters that are complying with orders, moving back, retreating, and, you know, not being destructive, not being violent. And so it was shocking to all of us who were here after witnessing those protesters retreat and move back and in the direction that they were being told. They were demanded, they were told to move south down Nicollet, and they did move south down Nicollet, but about halfway down the block, they were ambushed by Minneapolis police officers who then put them under arrest. And so here now we have
612442654.
We have the National Lawyers Guild observers who are here, who are yelling out. They are yelling out the law number they're yelling out the number to jail support. I assume that they were yelling out the number of the statute that allows protesters to gather and protest peacefully. But they're yelling out the number for legal support so that these protesters can get some legal aid. In addition to that, there was one of the individuals who's been placed under arrest who yelled out, "Can someone please call my mom?" And she screamed out the number to her mother. And so these advocates are here taking notes and are committing to making phone calls and helping these individuals who are being arrested tonight out. So we have another group here with a megaphone who is singing "We Love You." She said to the people getting arrested, "We love you." So lots of support. lots of appreciation and gratitude to the individuals who have made a sacrifice today, standing in solidarity and ultimately protesting the release of ex-Minneapolis officer Derek Chauvin. And so we're seeing more and more individuals. It seems kind of like what their process is after they handcuff folks, they're bringing them here into this Metro Transit hub, which appears to be the information center, where they're gathering information from the individuals after they're patted down. And then once all of their information is gathered, then they are escorting them here to these stairs, where they're then having them wait until there's some formal transportation, I suppose, to escort them to jail.
Where do you want me to stand? Bro, that one's electro giant. New character. New character. There's the line I can't cross here.
Y'all suppose y'all smell like shit and y'all eat Trump's dick.
Just can't cross the line here. This one?
Everybody getting arrested, listen up. This is the number for the lawyer. It's 612-444-2654. That's for the NLG. Make sure you call them. They'll get some bail. It's 612-444-2654. That's for the lawyer.
No, we've been running. Yeah, they got them. Can you also tell them to not tell the police anything?
Don't tell these motherfuckers anything, y'all. Keep your mouth shut back there.
Don't tell them shit.
They beat us. Bro, they're not running over there.
Was someone trying to give us their name?
So we have a few advocates here with a megaphone who are delivering messages for the Lawyers Guild, who is trying to make sure that these protesters have access to the phone number for legal support.
612-444-2654.
And also just a bit of information was communicated over the megaphone to not tell the officers anything. So now we're seeing some movement. Conservation officers are moving forward. We just saw about 10 officers come forward. My guess is that there's a small group of agitators who were not here during the protest, who just kind of showed up and started saying kind of crude and disrespectful things to the officers, instigating and kind of agitating the situation. And so as a result, now we've just seen about 10 more officers move forward.
Because you're a bunch of bitches. Shame on y'all. And you're conservation officers. You fucking work for wildlife, don't you? You're out here fucking treating us like we're animals. Merciless Indian savages, huh? It's in your fucking Declaration of Independence that y'all take some motherfucking pride in. Shit ain't changed since y'all wrote that dumbass shit. We're human too. We bleed the same color, motherfuckers. You got us fucked up.
You ain't conserving life. You ain't conserving shit. Except for the powers that be. Shame on you.
Again, the numbers for the NLG is 612-444-2654.
Look at her eyes. She's scared, bro. I don't want to be here.
612-444-2654. 2654. I just got word from one of the NLGs that when you're in there, don't not say anything. They got recording rights. I just got word from one of the NLGs that when you're in there, don't not say anything. They got recording devices everywhere, so don't say anything.
What if they ask our name?
Don't give them shit. Don't give them shit.
They arrested her.
Okay, you'll get charged with more. Don't do that. Your name is I want your lawyer. He said it. I guess give him your name, not say, I don't know. I'm not with the NLC. I'm just getting the messages.
This is a test of the long-range acoustic device.
I don't know what the heck that just said.
This is the Minnesota State Patrol. You are in violation of an unlawful assembly. You do not cease your unlawful behavior and disperse peacefully. You will be arrested.
Your unlawful behavior. Oh, we're on the bench over there. These must be arresting officers then.
Oh, and we're seeing move.
Oh, see, Cal just asked me at the same time. I just said that. Soon, eventually, I'll be home when I.
We're hearing whistles. One of the State Patrol whistled, and there's a guy who is running back. Okay, so there's about 24 State Patrol who have now left the perimeter and are moving forward. I'm not 100% sure what they're going towards, but this is after a young lady was yelling. I'm not sure if she was yelling at the State Patrol. That's what I'm assuming. And so there was a group of individuals who ran toward the young lady who was yelling. And then after that, a guy ran across the street. 24 State Patrol are now crossing the street. So it's a little challenging to try to decipher exactly what is happening right now.
I think those patrols are going back to the staging spot on the parking lot in Kmart, and some of these other are going inside. So I think they're wrapping up some of their operation.
So yeah, Nico, who is here on the scene behind camera, from his observation, which I believe to be accurate, the 24 State Patrol that we've seen cross the street could be going back to the staging spot. When we first arrived and we were parking our vehicle, we noticed that there were over 100 State Patrol conservation officers who were gathered in the old Kmart on Lake Street, and they were there staging their deployment here for dispersing the protest that was happening. And so we just saw about 24 of them retreat, and so they all crossed the street. And now there's actually some individuals.
This is the Minnesota State Patrol.
Walking up
You're
with
in
their hands
violation
up.
of an unlawful assembly. You do not cease your unlawful behavior and disperse peacefully, you will be arrested.
90% press here at this point.
So the remainder of individuals who are gathered are predominantly press with visible press passes. Other than that, it appears as though almost everybody else has dispersed. And the conservation officers and State Patrol have not yet moved forward. Their first demand was communicated about 7 to 10 minutes ago. And normally what we'll see is them communicate a demand, and within 1 to 2 minutes they move forward and they communicate another demand. But so far they've been a little stagnant. And so they're just asking. There was a small crowd that was gathering here, and so they were asking for that crowd to disperse, which it appears as though that now has successfully happened without them having to move forward and take any more ground or make any additional arrests. These are much different.
They're chasing. They can catch them guys while they're going. My car's right here.
Yep.
It's clear.
Oh,
I'll
no.
go.
I was just saying, could I just have you go on that side
Right,
of the line?
but I want to go home. My car's the first car right here. Is it clear down there now?
No, they're still called back
Hmm.
there. Sorry, man.
All right.
But if you just stay on this side of
Oh. And she is screaming. So they have again ambushed individuals. They have slowly come in.
Sit down on the ground. You are all under arrest.
And so they are now communicating to the individuals who were gathered here to sit down on the ground. This is actually very similar to what we saw happen earlier when we first arrived. The State Patrol truck communicated to disperse, and then shortly thereafter, as people are dispersing, conservation officers, State Patrol, and National Guard are coming in from the other end to kind of ambush them and enclose them. And so we're seeing more individuals be placed under arrest. This vehicle here is being completely emptied out. Some folks here who were leaving are now being forced to get out of their vehicle and get down on the ground and are threatened to be arrested as well. And so now there was a young man who was trying to help a young lady. I'm not sure what their relationship was.
Sit down on the ground. You are all under arrest. Do it now.
And so there's demands for everybody to sit down on the ground, that they're under arrest. The first round of arrests, there was about, we're being asked to move this way, where the press is being asked to move to this corner.
That's illegal. It doesn't look like my hat.
And so this advocate here, we know the guys with the individuals with the green hats are individuals here offering legal aid.
National Lawyers Guild.
The National Lawyers Guild, who's been here offering legal support for the protesters who are being arrested. And now we're seeing one of those advocates being told that he's going to be arrested. And so now press at this point, we've been told to get back to this little corner here, this sidewalk. And so what we can see from this vantage point is a little limited. However, there was a black truck that was trying to exit the area, and now all of the individuals who are in that vehicle are being pulled out of that truck and being placed under arrest. So in total,
What is your partner's name? Thank you.
in total, we've seen more than 24 arrests at this point. The first round of arrests.
Okay. Are you both arrested?
The first.
Okay.
So now two.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, can you tell me the names and thank you.
Two advocates from the National Lawyers Guild have been placed under arrest. One of them just threw her notes. They've been here advocating and offering legal services for the protesters who are being arrested, and so she was able to give the information she's collected in this time to one of her partners. So here we're seeing another dozen, at least 12 individuals being placed under arrest. And so now we're being pushed away further.
Right there is great. Thank you.
And there's two individuals here who are just sitting here who are now being placed under arrest as well.
And guest speakers, I'm going to go over what it stands for, what this cause is about, the Red House here on Mississippi. And we'll go into a few specifics about the case. But what we've started here in the field next to the Red House is incredible. It's setting the example for the rest of the world to see how community comes together. And I feel through unity and through one unified voice, we can demand change from our our representatives and all our, the state representatives and the federal representatives. So I just, I guess we'll go into a speaker. We'll get set up here at the stage, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Okay, so you guys, real quick. Once again, we are here on behalf of the Kinney family, so we will respect them 100%. There are guidelines and rules that are set here for this family. This is their safe space, and we want to keep it that way, okay? Yep. So any successful movement is about being able to follow direction. So tonight, we would really appreciate it if you guys are asked to do something, not to take it personally. Safety first. Are we all in agreement on that? So let's get a fist up for the Kinney family first off. We appreciate you guys allowing us to be of assistance to you. Mrs. Kinney, Mama Kinney, it is truly an honor to be in your presence, and we are here for you, and we are not going anywhere. And on behalf of the Black Lives Matter movement, out of nothing but love and respect for the struggle that you guys are going through, we are here to struggle with you. And we will remain here until this is done. This is what community looks like, y'all. We need volunteers here 24/7. All the information is posted, which they'll get into. I don't want to steal any of that from them. But we need to stand up for the Kinney family. And we need to be ready for anyone else who is in the same situation. And we're going to gain knowledge from this family about how to stop these evictions legally and what to do. So once again, thank you, Mama. Thank you so much.
Before we continue, just want to ask everybody in the crowd, do you have friends that support you while you protest? Raise your hands. Well, then you need to bring them out, because this protest is not seasonal, and we've had, in the words of the very, very young, smart Black Youth Movement, PDX Black Youth Movement, we need more people and we need more numbers. So that means also coming out here and helping, please. This protest is not seasonal. These people's home is, or this protest is not seasonal. They need people out here. So please, 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 if you have a friend who's going to come out here, bring them. Because we need numbers and it's important. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Anybody else have something to say before we begin? If not, I guess we'll lead into some of the performances. I was going to perform a song called Let Me Breathe. It's about Tony Stevenson, who was killed by police brutality in 1985. And so I guess we'll begin it with that and then take it from there. So if we can have everyone gather around the stage. We got a stage here, and we can pack in, I guess.
It's from Joey Weisner. You guys should go to Joey Weisner's page and post "Challenge Your Thinking" all over his shit. There's a Pepe. Hong is not. Hong, okay, Hong can't be from Joey. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I spark a cig, I need a cig. So there's two sides. So we're on this side then. I'm not going to go over to the side Unicorn's at, because then you guys can see two perspectives of the situation here. You know, that if I went there, you guys would be looking at the same thing. Have Unicorn stream up and have this stream up, and then you guys can get more of a picture. There you go. All right, so he's live streaming arrest. So tune into his channel to watch that, and then you know that I got the other angle going on here. All right, so just delete the messages then. Don't remove people until someone's finally not edgy enough to explain the fucking what it means. Just delete it. Don't remove. Don't remove them from the channel. I can't. Yeah, fire one up right here. It's not legal here in Minnesota yet. Austin Hong, who's that? Who's Austin Hong? The same as, I don't know, dude. This is probably, I don't know. See what we're trying to figure out here? This dumb shit. Okay, so Hong's a.
Respect people's space and try to understand people's boundaries and language differences and cultures, and always maintain an open mind to other people's beliefs and creeds. So yeah, that's one of the main guidelines, is to respect people's space and be open to hearing somebody out and not be so quick to jump to conclusions. If Philo can lead me into my first track, this song is about like I said, Tony Stevenson, who was assassinated by police brutality in 1985. It's called Let Me Breathe, featuring Miriam Ada from Sweden.
Big lips, it ain't the nose, it ain't your kinky hair or your clothes, it ain't your dreadlocks hanging or the way that you walk. It ain't the smell, it ain't the black. White people might probably learn to live with that, but if you wanna know, nigger, I'll tell you what pisses us off. It's the attitude, stupid. It's what's inside your brain. It's the attitude, stupid. Ain't you ever gonna change? You keep thinking everything is black and white. Don't you know the difference between wrong and right? It's the attitude, stupid. We don't owe you a thing. It ain't your looks, and that's a fact. It ain't your ass riding up on your back. It ain't the way you say alright when you spell out a word. It's the things you say and you do, thinking white people still owe something to you. Well, listen to me, nigger, this is something you've never heard. It's the attitude, stupid. It's what's inside your brain. It's the attitude, stupid. Ain't you ever gonna change? You keep thinking everything is black and white. Don't you know the difference between wrong and right? It's the attitude, stupid. We don't owe you a thing. Hey, it's the attitude, stupid. We don't owe you a thing. There you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. You say all your ancestors were slaves, and that's the reason that you ought to get paid. You want something for nothing, you monkeys are all the same. You're putting all of the blame on whites. We violated your civil rights, but your civil rights movement is nothing but a shakedown game. So there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. There ain't a slave still living today. So tell me, why do you think we should pay for what we didn't do and what didn't happen to you? We can always go back home where the monkeys and the baboons roam. And if you ain't satisfied, that's exactly what you ought to do. Hey, there you you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing, man, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. And there you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing. Hey, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. I said, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me.
Eyes shining bright with unspilled tears, thinking about all those wasted years, when everything worth living for is gone. And brother, I find it hard to keep fighting on. Falling down towards the abyss, the reaper embraces me with his kiss. It makes me want to refuse to care, to watch this all unfold, too much to bear. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. Disease encroaching on all I hold dear, but somehow I gotta get my soul out of here. Heart of agony, faint burning hole. I'm finding it hard to try to cope. And the coast lies on the world where the concrete poised, with the concrete poised, a wasteland of the meaningless noise. We don't stand a chance with a dormant pride, with a dormant pride. The heroes of a race have already died. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. He sat in a room, in a square the color of blood. He drew the whole world, if there was a way that he could. He'd sit and he'd stare at the minarets on top of the towers, for he was the beast as he hatched his new plans to gain power. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. They took the old roads that Napoleon had taken before. They fought as the forces of light against the darkness in a holy war. One day they were looking around at the sun shining on the cold flowers. The next day they were freezing to death in the snow and the ice cold showers. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. Then came the deadly road back from the steps of their retreat. The cold wrecked their bodies, but worse was the pain of defeat. Many people who had hailed them once now turned and looked away. Well, these people now knew that the beast was on his way. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. You finally came back to the borders of your fatherland. Now enemies came, traitors everywhere at hand. Many people who had fought and died knowing that they had to win. Well, yet still it sickens my heart to see the picture of the red flag in Berlin. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. And defeated the beast's only rival. And defeated the beast's only rival.
They call them coons, they call them toads, they call them darkies, but heaven knows, ain't nothing but niggers trying to get under our skin. We pay our taxes, they get a check. We make a living, they're having sex. Ain't nothing but niggers trying to get under our skin. They demonstrate and aggravate. Hey, white man, you know that it's true. They integrate and agitate and make us hate the things that they do. Lord, they do. They know the system, they get it free. They keep on taking from you and me. Ain't nothing but niggers trying to get under our skin. They got the food stamps, we got the cash. They're eating T-bone, we're eating hash. Ain't nothing but niggers trying to get under our skin. They're getting the gold mine, we're hitting the shaft. They're taking a handout, we're taking crap. Ain't nothing but niggers trying to get under our skin. They demonstrate and aggravate. Hey, white man, you know that it's true. They integrate and agitate and make us hate the things that they do. Lord, they do. They know the system, they get it free. They keep on taking from you and me. Ain't nothing but niggers trying to get under our skin. Ain't nothing but niggers trying to get under our skin. Grocery store, 3 niggers inside. The store ain't open, it's the middle of the night. Alarm goes off, the cops show up. They caught them red-handed, put them in handcuffs. And then Jesse showed up, Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the blame and said, them niggas wasn't stealing when they got caught. They was only doing some shopping, just like I thought. White man shouldn't have a store there, it's all his fault. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Election time, a new president, Al Gore had to win, so the niggers all went. The chads were counted and counted again. They counted 3 times, but they still didn't win. And then Jesse showed up, Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the flame and said, listen here niggers, I think we've been had. If we lose this election, it's gonna be bad. And it's the white man's fault because he stole all the chads. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Something's gonna happen one of these days. If Jesse Jackson don't start mending his ways, he's gonna keep stirring them niggers up till the white man says enough is enough. And then the Klan will show up, the Klan will show up, all dressed in white, they're gonna show up. He's gonna be sorry for strutting his stuff. Hell's gonna break loose when the Klan shows up, and they'll say, Jackson, what you mean causing all this trouble? Except yours, nigger, we're gonna pop your bubble. We're gonna break it off in you and stick it in double. So just watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up. You'd better watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up. The other day I ran into an old friend. Joe was his name, so I said, Joe, how you been? He said, JR, you won't believe this, but things ain't worth a damn. And I said, Joe, what's the problem? He said, JR, you want to know my problem? Well, I'll tell you my problem. And he began his story something like this. All my life I've been single. I didn't want to be tied down. But I finally did it. I finally got married and the shaft started going around. She was divorced and had 3 kids. They all had fair skin and blonde hair. But I didn't know their daddy was a nigger, and daddy just had to be there. Oh, what do you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw? Other men are lucky, all they have to agitate them is a doggone mother-in-law. But this black hairy dude living down at my house beats all you ever saw. I'm the sole breadwinner of a wife and 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. And he kept on a-talking, and I just kept on listening. And he went on something like this. It all started last Friday evening. I got home from work that he said, sitting there loafing, resting and a-smoking. Man, he was ace of spades black. I didn't know just who he was then, but it wasn't too long till I did. He said, don't get uptight, I got visiting rights and came to see your wife and my kids. Oh, what do you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw? Other men are lucky, all they have to agitate them is a doggone mother-in-law. But this black hairy dude living down at my house beats all you ever saw. I'm the sole breadwinner of a wife and 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. Well, he talked on, and I began to figure out that Joe had found a solution. He said, he was still there Saturday evening, just watching me mow the lawn. He watched the game on Sunday and the soaps on Monday. It's Tuesday and he still wasn't gone. Suddenly I got me an idea, and I came up with a plan. I turned my nigger-loving wife and her nigger ex-husband over to the Ku Klux Klan. That's what you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw. Never again will I ever say a word about anybody's mother-in-law. That nigger bowed up when the Klan showed up. It was the last thing he ever saw. Now I'm the ex-husband of a wife with 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. I am the proud ex-husband of a wife with 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. The other day I took a fishing trip, just me and my boat, and old Banjo lived. Banjo was my guide, an old colored fella. He wasn't very dark, he was a high-stepping yellow. So we launched my boat, and I cranked my motor, and up to my nose came a terrible odor. I looked all around trying to find something dead, but it was Banjo with his arm up, scratching his head. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way. Now the more he'd scratch, the more he'd sweat, and I'm here to say he was a choking me to death. So we loaded up, I just couldn't go on, and I coughed and I gagged all the way home. When I dropped him off, I was next to dying. My nose was a-running, and my eyes were a-crying. The smell scorched the hair right out of my nose. When I got home, I had to burn all my clothes. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way. I recuperated quick, I was thankful for that. I was only in bed for a week and a half. The very first day I was up on my feet, I went to the supermarket down the street. I shopped all around and I filled out my order. My groceries were bagged by a fat nigger porter. The air conditioner was broken, I was ferocious, 'cause it was hot and that nigger was sweating on my groceries. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way. The vegetables and greens I bought started wilting. My blood pressure
rose, and I could have killed him. I was gonna smash him all over that place, but he raised up his arm, and I fell on my face. Now I'm here in the hospital, and at the ceiling I stare. I could have whipped that nigger, except he used germ warfare. So from now on I'll carry a long, long stick, 'cause if I can keep from the smell, then I'll have him licked. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way. Well, lately niggers are running their mouths, saying they're gonna take over the South. Jigaboo, here's to you, if you can, try it, man. Cause Dixieland will never be free to a nigger and the NAACP. Stay away, stay away, stay away from Dixieland. Cause we're proud of our Dixie. Hooray, hooray, we'll fight again this time. We'll win, we've lived, we'll die in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. In the Civil War, a lot of men died. That's not enough, they ain't satisfied. They integrate, demonstrate, shout and sing for Mr. King. But Mr. King isn't gonna lose out when the northern states unite with the South. Watch the fun when it's done, cause they'll run from Dixieland. Cause we're proud of our Dixie. Hooray, hooray, we'll fight again this time. We'll win, we've lived, we'll die in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. They've yelled black power in Alabama, even demonstrating in Louisiana. What a shame, they're to blame, cause they came to Dixieland. Up in the north, big trouble they brewed in Chicago town, and Cicero too. Let's unite, Yankee land, come on fight with Dixieland. Cause we're proud of our Dixie. Hooray, hooray, we'll fight again this time. We'll win, we've lived, we'll die in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie.
Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan. We are a sacred brotherhood who love our country true. We always can be counted on when there's a job to do. We serve our homeland day and night to keep it always free, and proudly wear our robes of white protecting liberty. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan. The Bible, cross, old glory to our symbols of a man. A sword and water, robe and hood portray our noble clan. In search of peace and liberty, we pledge our hearts and hands. We must defeat the communists to save our Christian land. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan.
Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. Gather all those equals up and herd them on the pier. America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. 20 million ugly comes already on the pier.
Listen here, man, I ain't gonna get on that boat. Look like that boat leaks to me, man. Oh, man, you're the best white man ever. Here I come.
America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. Boats are ready for the trip, we won't shed a tear.
Seems like nobody don't love us nice colored folks anymore.
America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. And that chimp his ugly stick, and that buck his spear.
Just a minute there, man, I just got my bottle of wine back there on the dock. Oh, man!
America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. 20 million jigaboos to Africa will steer.
How we gonna find Africa, man? We ain't got no compass. How we gonna find that island, man?
America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. There they go far out to sea, see them disappear.
Hello, hello back there on the dock. I believe this boat is leaking, man.
America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. Boats are leaking badly now, this sink we saddle it fear.
Help! Help! Please take help!
America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. No more niggers, civil rights led by niggers queer. America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. Our homes, our schools, our cities, streets of niggers will be clear. America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ring that bell, shout for joy, white man's day is here. America will be all white, the land we love so dear. America for white, Africa for black. Send those apes back to the tree, ship those niggers back. Ship those niggers back. Ship those niggers back. Ship those niggers back.
And it's up in Kenosha, that's where I long to be, protecting gas stations with commandos next to me. A comrade on me left, another one on me right, and a couple mags of ammo for me little Armalite. Well, this brave BLM man came marching up our street, 600 and our kiddies he had lined up at his feet. Come out, you cowardly Nazis, come on out and fight. He cried, I'm only joking, when he heard the Armalite. And it's up in Kenosha, that's where I long to be, protecting gas stations with commandos next to me. A comrade on me left, another one on me right, and a couple mags of ammo for me little Armalite. Well, the commies came to visit me, 'twas in the late hours, with communists and anarchists attacking parked cars. They thought they had me cornered, but I gave them all a fright, with the arm-piercing bullets from me little Armalite. And it's up in Kenosha, that's where I long to be, protecting gas stations with commandos next to me. A comrade on me left, another one on me right, and a couple mags of ammo for me little Armalite. To my city there came joggers, they shouted I can't breathe. They burned down all the buildings and they all refused to leave. They rioted and looted, they went strong for 80 nights, until I started aiming with me little Armalite. And it's up in Kenosha, that's where I long to be, protecting gas stations with commandos next to me. A comrade on me left, another one on me right, and a couple mags of ammo for me little Armalite. The Reds came to Kenosha to riot just for fun. The DNC had told them that the cops were on the run, but communists and primates, while on a jog at night, say remember Kyle Slaughter and the bloody Armalite. And it's up in Kenosha, that's where I long to be, protecting gas stations with commandos next to me. A comrade on me left, another one on me right, and a couple mags of ammo for me little Armalite.
Your arrest has arrived.
Dude, I'm not in your face, man. I'm over here filming.
Trying to see the vehicles. So we're being instructed again to stop shining the light, which is just challenging because it's a part of our equipment for us to be able to do our jobs. It's really dark out here. It's midnight, so the only light that we have to kind of help show you, our audience, what's going on is the street lights and the lights that's attached to our camera, which is standard equipment for broadcasting in situations like this, in dark situations and outdoor night situations. But agitating some of the state patrol who are here tonight. And so we're seeing these conservation officers and state patrol retreat now. It looks like they're leaving and they're getting into these vehicles, which we actually thought were here to transport the rest of the individuals who are under arrest. But in fact, these vehicles are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 small buses that are here. You often see these kind of shuttles at like hotels. There's 6 or 7 of them lined up to escort these state patrol officers and conservation officers out of the area. In addition to these buses, it looks like there's 2 other trucks that are here, as well as this truck here that we see State Patrol getting into as well. And so they are now leaving the area. There's still about a dozen of them remaining here, standing with the individuals who have been arrested tonight. We see this conservation officer who is removing a flag from the area. It's a little challenging to see.
It was a Circle A.
It was a Circle A. It's being removed potentially as evidence.
Did you see what kind of flag that was?
Yeah, it was a Circle A.
Okay.
Black with an anarchist symbol.
And so there's might be problematic at this point. Are they going to start letting? Oh, okay. So that is the unmarked vans have returned.
like they put it in, like why are they putting the state trooper here?
Yeah, that's
They're putting all the
It looks
evidence
like
in
they're keeping that one and not keeping it with the person. That's for sure. That flag was definitely to them a threat, possibly.
Throughout the night, we've seen a helicopter kind of circle the area. In the evening time, you definitely can't make out exactly. Can't make out who the chopper belongs to. Sometimes it's media, and sometimes it is the police. So there's an individual on a bike, and they're still not allowing people to come through at this time. The State Patrol and conservation officers have dispersed. The few that are here are continuing to secure the perimeter. And so now we're seeing the remaining individuals who are under arrest. We're seeing them actually brought into the vehicles to be transported to jail. Now, remind you, this second group of people that were arrested were actually outside of the perimeter they had secured. There was a small crowd forming after about 20 protesters were placed under arrest. A small crowd started to form, and after about 15-20 minutes of this small crowd forming, they began their tactics again to disperse the crowd. It was a very small crowd, and during their tactics to disperse the crowd, they ended up placing another dozen people under arrest, including a vehicle that was leaving the area that had about 5 or 6 people in it. They pulled that car over as it was trying to leave the area and forced those individuals to get out. We also saw 2 individuals with the National Lawyers Guild be placed under arrest who are here offering legal support for the protesters who had been arrested.
Did you see the 2 women over here? They released them, or if they?
I didn't see them.
Yeah, I saw them get brought up here.
Oh,
the NLG?
No, the two
ladies.
white women.
Oh, I don't know. Good question.
I never saw them.
Because I remember them walking them over there, and they did cry a lot. So, and they were older white women. So,
they might have let them go.
No, actually, I think that's them right there.
Oh, okay, yep.
Nope, they're right there.
Actually, some of these buses have their insignia on them. That one said MSP3, like we had heard, the MSP3 roll out in 2 columns or whatever. That bus that just left literally said that on the side. This MSP2. This
So
one says MSP2.
They're old Metro Mobility.
Yeah, they are. DNR2 and MSP2.
And so my guess is we saw all of these vehicles when we were parking. We saw these vehicles all gathered over at the old Kmart on Lake Street. And so, whether these vehicles are theirs and they own them or they're using them, there is a Metro Transit that's located right across the street from the 5th Precinct. And so potentially they could have partnered with Metro Transit to use these vehicles today. And then, as Nico pointed out, you could see written on the windows what unit these vehicles were transporting, whether it was MSP or DNR. And so as you see here, it says MSP3, which I believe stands for Minnesota State Patrol Unit 3. And so what we saw on each window of these buses, these small buses, was either MSP for Minnesota State Patrol or DNR, which would have carried the conservation officers. And so now it looks like they're opening this intersection back up. We've seen a few vehicles that did not belong to the police or the state patrol or conservation have actually been able to go through. And so that's the first that we're seeing this. See, this car just drove by and the driver actually flicked off the state patrol. And I think we've seen a lot of that, you know, throughout the community and community's response to the way that policing has showed up and responded to the protests.
Hey, man. How's it going?
And so maybe about 10 minutes ago, this truck pulled up here. There's a small group of young folks who have started to congregate beside it.
There's also a congregation of people back behind that police line on 33rd, 32nd. Can't tell what street it is. You see it? Can you see it?
Was it somebody protesting?
Yeah, it's this guy.
Yeah.
We're pretty sure it's that.
So if you, the first round of the protest happened on 31st. So if you were just violent,
in the streets.
Good. How you doing? I'm all right, healing.
Nothing else is going to matter.
That's right.
maybe 20 or 30 people started to assemble here, speculate, and chant, basically communicating to these troops, the State Patrol and the conservation officers, that the arrest of the protesters was wrong. We also saw 4 members from the National Lawyers Guild arrive on the scene offering legal services to the protesters who had been arrested. Maybe after 20 minutes of this small group assembling, we saw the same exact tactics used by the State Patrol, where they announced over their loudspeaker that they were considering this unlawful assembly and that folks needed to disperse. But as folks dispersed, whether they went left, right, or forward, they were met with more officers who ultimately placed them under arrest. And so it was kind of difficult to watch individuals who were trying to leave the area, because ultimately, once that announcement was made, they were unable to leave. And so another 12 arrests or so were made at that time, including 2 individuals from the National Lawyers Guild. And so right now we're hearing FTP shouted by a handful of young folks, and it appears as though a couple of the State Patrol officers may be moving that way to respond to it. However, they're kind of yelling FTP and also walking the opposite direction. And so if you're just tuning in, there was a mass presence of State Patrol tonight and conservation officers. Definitely over 100 officers were deployed tonight. Six buses worth, 6 small buses worth. Actually more than that, but that was to kind of give you a scope of about how many. They had shuttle buses that shuttled these State Patrol and conservation officers to this area to be deployed to really de-escalate the protest and ultimately kind of make a point to the protesters tonight that their actions would not be tolerated. And so now it appears as though they're just waiting for transportation for these last 10 or so individuals who have been placed under arrest. Not sure if you can see it from here, but one of the individuals standing up has on a green hat. And that is actually the folks from the National Lawyers Guild who were also arrested. They were here just offering legal support for the protesters.
Total, yeah.
So it looks like they're taking some of the plexi cuffs off.
I've seen them do it to 2 or 3 other people, and they might put them on the front.
So allowing this gentleman here to stretch his arms. Folks have been, folks who were placed under arrest with the plexi cuffs have been kind of standing out here, some of them for well over an hour now. So it looks like this officer is moving a backpack, potentially placed into evidence. May have been the property of one of the individuals who was arrested. We did see one of the photographers who is often out photographing these protests. We did see at least one photographer arrested. So I'm not sure if that was her backpack, but it definitely did look like a backpack with equipment in it. So now we're actually seeing traffic come down the street. About 30 minutes ago, they were still holding the area, now not allowing any traffic to come through across 31st Street. And so they've opened that back up. However, they're still holding the line here to prevent individuals from entering down the block of the 5th Precinct. And so I can see actually another large group of officers that are coming down or coming up the block now towards the 5th Precinct. I'm not sure if you guys can see that, but looks like more than 24 people are walking up towards the 5th Precinct. I'm not sure if you can see
Possible arrestees.
So we will wait and see. You can't tell from where we're standing. We are still forced to kind of stay outside of the perimeter that the State Patrol has created, but we're seeing a large group of Minneapolis police officers and State Patrol coming up with potential, with potentially maybe more people who have been arrested. And so there's 2 sheriff trucks that have arrived, which will likely serve as transport for some of the people who have been arrested.
I think the khaki jeans was not an arrestee. I think there was a camo on the officer. I don't know if they had any arrestees back there. I think I might have been wrong on that.
So these 2 trucks that have just arrived are transporting individuals who were arrested to jail. There's a final pat down that's being done. You can see a female officer here who's patting down a woman. I think sometimes there are restrictions to men being able to do pat down searches of women. So we're seeing a woman conduct that search now. Unlike some of the other arrests that we've seen, there have been 2 purses that were just put in the back of this sheriff's truck.
Well, guys, don't look like a whole lot more is going to really happen. I mean, they'll still arrest some people and whatnot, but nothing big it doesn't look like. So it's been a long day, and I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. If anything kicks off, maybe tomorrow or in the coming days, we'll fire it back up. If nothing else, I believe next week I'll have to get the exact dates and everything, and I'll stream the debate again so we can see how Trump and sleepy, creepy Joe does. Joe's trying to back out of it because of the whole Kung Flu thing, but we'll see how it goes. So, take it easy, guys. As always, stay safe. And before we close it out here, it's been a minute, so we got to get a little bit of wisdom here. So here we go.
So the most important thing you gotta remember is, some people were, they were doing some stuff, and then other people were like, hey, don't do that stuff, and then other people were like, hey, yeah, they should do, that stuff. It's good that they're doing that stuff, and then the other people were like, I don't think they should be doing that stuff, and then so things are like, what I'm trying to say is that, in conclusion, I have no idea.
And that, my friends, was a couple words from the smartest man who ever lived. So, take it easy, guys, and I'll catch you on the next one.